Vegas, experience true luxury and elegance at every turn. Savor Carbone Riviera or Prime Steakhouse for gourmet perfection. Toast at the Vault or the Pinky Ring.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You know, this is, excuse me, a damn fine cup of coffee. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Every day, once a day, give yourself a present. Don't plan it, don't wait for it, just let it happen. It could be a new shirt at the men's store, a cat nap in your office chair, or 2 cups of good, hot, black coffee. Like this. It's the present. Like Christmas. Oh, man, that is the spot. Nothing like a great cup of black coffee.
Hi, everybody. I am Kevin's sister, as it says here. My name is Pat O'Connor. One of Kevin's staff refers to me as Sister Pat. I am not a nun, although I am Catholic. And we're here this weekend with my brother Jim and Kevin's former staff person. He still works for the same agency. His name is Lamar. But as a lot of you probably know, Kevin calls him Steve. We don't know why, but he does. And so this is Kevin in one of his favorite poses with his finger up. When Kevin's finger is up, it means he's telling you to don't touch the whatever it is. Generally, it's don't touch the cell phone, don't touch the coffee, don't touch the whatever. So that's right, Kevin. So Jim was just touching my coffee, and Kevin put his finger up. So my professional experience, you're going to see a lot of scientists with a lot of credentials. I've been a sister for 65 years. So Kevin just turned 65 on May 5th of this year. I have been his guardian and his trustee. He has a special needs trust. I'm going to tell you a little bit about that. For about 18 years. And the bookkeeper, bill payer, and companion at Denny's for 15 years. So Kevin, both Jim and I take Kevin to lunch every week. I go on Thursdays, Jim goes on Saturdays. And when we take Kevin to Denny's, where he gets his cheese omelet and sausage, coffee and soda every week. And then we go to Dunkin' Donuts, where we get more coffee and some donuts. And then we go back to his house, and he says to us, "You go home now." So, because we're done. So. All right, so we're going to talk. I thought I had suggested to the board, for those that were here 2 years ago, I did talk a little bit about the sibling experience. And I said to the board, like, they don't want to hear about that again. And they're like, yeah, they do. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what Kevin's life has been like through the decades, because I think that probably would be interesting if you have a kid with Shaw Gibbs who's 3. You might want to kind of know what's going to happen for the next 60 years, potentially. And then talk a little bit about what our experience has been as siblings, and then move on to see if you have any questions at that point. And I'm also going to address behaviors, because I know that's a hot topic for a lot of folks, and just what our experience has been with Kevin as an adult and the behavior issue. Okay, so Kevin was born in 1961. That is not Kevin, but that is a typical person. So there was no diagnosis. My parents knew something was wrong about the age of 6 months, and they were told mental retardation and have a nice life. And that was all that existed back then. So, early development, there was no early intervention, there was no nothing. It was just kind of winging it. And doing the best they could to try to, the delay in toilet training, the delay in speaking, the delay and trying to figure it out themselves as to how to, bring him up the best they could. So Kevin is the youngest in the family, I should say that. So my brother Jim, who is here, is 4 years older than Kevin, and I am in the middle. Fitting him into the family structure. And I think that was really important, and when I talk about the sibling part of it, I'm going to talk about that a little bit more, about how Kevin fit into our family and became an integral part of our family, which was really, really important. He went to school. School was going and just hanging out, somewhere for the day. There were very few any sort of programs for him. And your feeling of helplessness. I think everybody in our family kind of didn't really know potentially, how to help Kevin and just try to, get through it the best we could day by day. So I think my message to all you folks is that are parents that are thinking like, oh, we got this diagnosis and what are we going to do? Like how fortunate that there are so many early intervention programs now and so many things that you can give to your child and a diagnosis. Both my parents died not knowing what Kevin's diagnosis was. So that's really, really important. My parents moved to Florida. Interestingly enough, they moved onto a boat, and Kevin moved onto the boat with them. and Kevin loved the boat. That was his favorite thing. He loved the water. So the 80s, so Kevin at that point was able to get funding from the Florida Department of Children and Families. And so he would go out during the day with a caregiver from 8 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon, and they would go to the local park, or they would go swimming, or they go out to lunch. And so basically it was, again, keeping busy during the day. And he was very, very happy. The person that did this with him did it for years. She was absolutely wonderful. And so he was known all over town. So if you went anywhere in Jupiter, Florida, they knew who Kevin was. And my mom was Kevin's mom, and she didn't have a name either. And so when we went into Publix, it took 3 times as long as it should, because we had to go say hi to the deli lady so he could get a slice of ham, to the donut lady so he could get a donut, and et cetera, et cetera. So I'm sure you probably, those with the older children, may have that same experience. I loved going to the grocery store with Kevin. It was always so much fun, especially to figure out the people that, one time there was this man, and he was very, very stern looking, and he was pushing a broom, and he was not happy. And I thought, oh, please, Kevin, don't go up to him. Don't annoy him, whatever. And Kevin went over, and he's like, hi, Fred, and high-fiving him. And Fred's like, hi, Kevin. I thought, oh, my gosh, this is so typical for Shaw Gibbs, I think, is that they have this amazing gift of hospitality and love for others. And I'm going to talk a whole bunch more about that in Kevin, too. So future planning, my folks did not do a lot of future planning. We had a lot of conversations about, what happens eventually. And a lot of different ideas were thrown around. But at this point, they were still feeling, I think, kind of immortal or invincible or whatever. So, so we didn't really talk much about anything. So then, 1998 to 2008. So our mom died in 1998. And that really started us thinking about, okay, now we're one parent down, and so what's going to happen? So at this point, my dad and Kevin became what's known as the O'Connor boys. So the two of them became best buddies, and they went all over town. Kevin very quickly transitioned, interestingly enough, from mom to dad, and just developed a really close relationship with my father. And my dad did something which was kind of interesting. So Kevin did have behaviors, and again, I'll talk more in detail about that. But at this point, Kevin really spent a lot of time focusing on positive reinforcement with Kevin. So he kept telling Kevin what a great guy he was, how wonderful he was, and that stays till today. If you meet Kevin, he will tell you, first of all, he'll tell you he loves you. He'll tell you you're a great girl or a great guy. You have nice hair. It's really amazing how that has stuck with him. So we did do some future planning at that point. My dad set up a special needs trust for Kevin. I'm going to talk more about that in detail. And then 2008, our dad died suddenly. He was in the hospital for a couple of months, and then he was gone. And so I said, holy boo, what do we do now, right? Okay. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the Special Needs Trust, because that's been really, really important for us. 1-800-SNT-HELP is not a real phone number, but I put it up there because you definitely need help when you're trying to do this. This is a very complicated legal process, and we were very, very fortunate that the Special Needs Trust that had been put together for Kevin was excellent. So he had what was called a testamentary Special Needs Trust. So that's a trust that's set up when through somebody's estate. So at the moment of my father's death, then the assets went into this Special Needs Trust. And that turned out to be really, really important, because a Special Needs Trust is the way that you can have funds available that don't count as income for Medicaid purposes, right? Because if you want to get Medicaid services and Medicaid waiver, Molly's going to talk a lot about that tomorrow, you need to have your child cannot have income. So the Special Needs Trust enabled my dad to put money aside for Kevin that enabled him to be able to do additional things beyond what his Social Security and his waiver services pay for. And we had a legal problem with the DDA in our state. challenging the special needs trust, and the lawyer said, no, it's testamentary, and that does not count as income, and so everything was fine after that. So the special needs trust is used for supplemental needs, and that can be anything except food and shelter. So if it's food and shelter, it counts as income to the person. So we use the special needs trust for, say, a trip every 2 years to Houston. We use it for entertainment. We use it for vacations. We use it for clothes. So basically, I don't have to use, Jim and I don't have to use our funds. These funds are set aside for Kevin. And it's been extremely helpful. We were also able to buy Kevin his own place to live. And Kevin rents that place from the Special Needs Trust. So I wasn't sure exactly how that was going to work. And the lawyer, took a look at it and said, this is the way we're going to do it. So the Special Needs Trust will own the condo, and Kevin will rent from it using his Social Security money. So that was a big plus for us. I'm the trustee of the Special Needs Trust. You need a trustee who understands what the implications are of it. There's some regulations, and you guys know there's a lot of stuff changing about funding for Medicaid and all kinds. It's important to stay up on any changes that might affect your special needs trust. So, I'm constantly checking and making sure that that the lawyer is telling me if there's anything I need to be aware of. Okay. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our sibling stories. So once we were in the position of trying to figure out what to do with Kevin, now he had lived with my parents his entire life. In Florida at that point, I was in New Jersey, and Jim was living in Maryland. So not exactly ideal for transition. Kevin did come up to New Jersey and lived with me for a while, and I thought, what am I going to do? There's years and years and years for a wait list for housing, and so I talked to his case manager, and he said, no, he's an emergency case. He has no parents. We need to get him in someplace as soon as possible, which honestly alleviated years of worry on my part, because I thought we have to do something, and I was amazed to find out that it actually all worked out really well starting off. I had said 2 years ago, and I'll tell you again, that I started getting worried about Kevin's future when I was about 10 or 11. I knew that someday that my parents weren't going to be there, and that someday we would need to take care of Kevin. And I worried about that my whole life. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about some advice for parents a little bit later on about that. Because obviously you want to do the best you can for your sibling, and at that point you don't really know necessarily what the tools are because you're too young, right, to really figure it out. So that fear is very real and can happen, at any point in time during your other children's lives. So just to be aware of that. So we tried a whole bunch of things with Kevin. So the group home that he lived in New Jersey was actually great. They had great staff. There was a pretty large group home, but the staff was wonderful. But then the staff started to change, and Kevin started to really struggle because there were too many people. That people weren't really relating to him as a person, and he started with some pretty significant behaviors. Then I moved to Maryland, and Kevin moved with me. So we started doing we had him living with family, we had him doing day supports, et cetera. We looked for, I'm going to tell you, for a dozen years for the solution that was right for him. And, in the meantime, so obviously I'm Irish, I like to feel guilt. I was feeling a lot of guilt about this, that, I can't find the right situation for Kevin. But to be honest with you, it takes what it takes. We tried self-directed services where you bring people in to take care of Kevin. And that was trying to find good people was really, really hard. So ultimately what we ended up with was we put him into residential services in Maryland. And he went to a new home, and it had just one other person in it, and Kevin lasted 12 days, and then they said, we can't handle him. So he went into what's called behavior respite, and this is where his life really changed, because a behaviorist came into the picture and spent some time with Kevin and said, there is nothing wrong with Kevin. what's wrong is the way everybody is working with him and dealing with him, and they are not doing the right thing for him. So I was like, really? So they spent 3 months with Kevin, learning about who he was, what made him respond, what did he enjoy, what worked, what didn't work, and came up with a behavior plan. And that behavior plan is still in place. It still gets updated every 6 months or so. But it made a major change in, I think, in Jim and I's understanding of Kevin and how to work with him, as well as the staff. And so now Kevin is, I have to tell you a funny story. My dad, many years ago, said, here's what I want to happen. I want Kevin to live in his own condo, somewhere in between you and Jim, so you can visit him whenever you want, and you'll have people there 24/7 taking care of him. I said, that sounds awesome. Now, how's that going to get paid for, right? Today, Kevin is living in his own condo, right in between Jim and me, and he has 24/7 services that are provided by the state. And he's living his best life because we went through several different agencies too, and we found an agency, a small agency that understands Kevin's behavior plan, understands Kevin. They only bring people to Kevin that will talk to him, that are happy and joyful, and that treat him like the wonderful human being that he is. And one of those guys is Lamar, who's with us. Lamar is absolutely wonderful. And we have several other staff that are just great with Kevin. So I feel very, very blessed that Kevin is where he is today, as I said, living relatively at peace. So life as a sibling, it's not for the faint of heart. It is a lot of work, but it is work that is worth it. Both Jim and I feel that Kevin is a gift to us. He is a blessing. He has taught me about living in the moment. He has taught me about unconditional love. He is, you guys know. I mean, it's just the amount of love that he brings forth from me is something that no other human being can do. And that's I think the one really, we talked about how a lot of Shaw Gibbs kids, people are different. I think that's a very common theme, is that Shaw Gibbs means love in some way, shape, or form. So get all the help you can. I did some research before I needed to actually get stuff in place, but I talk to everybody I can. I have a network of people in town, of agencies in town, of the behaviorist. I continue with constant conversations with her because you cannot do this alone. It's a very typical picture of it takes a village. So one of the things that somebody very interesting said to me is that parents of anybody who has disabilities had a before. They had a time in their life before that child was born, but siblings don't. So siblings always have that person with disabilities in their life. And so that can make a difference. There's kind of a feeling of being a sibling that takes a lot of careful management from a parent's perspective. I will talk about that more in a little bit. I really times want Kevin to be able to never experience pain, never be upset, never be mad, never whatever, and that's not life. We all experience that as people, and Kevin does too. So he does not live in a glass bubble. We obviously try to do the best we can all the time, but sometimes things happen, and you try to learn from it. That's what I try to do, learn from it as much as I can, and hopefully that it doesn't get repeated. And it's totally worth it. I love being Kevin's sister. Jim loves being Kevin's brother. It's just I don't know. I'm kind of speechless. He is a gift from God to us, and he's just amazing. So Kevin today, this is actually Kevin yesterday, hanging out with Steve at the pool, so looking very cool. So I said Kevin's living his best life. He's the happiest I've ever seen him in years because of the people that work with him. And that's, there's been some bumps in the road this year. I think a lot of you know that Kevin's been diagnosed with prostate cancer. When I heard that, I thought, he's too young. But he's not too young. And so that was it really rocked my world, I think our world, and just so now on top of Shaw Gibbs and all that stuff, we're thinking about now how do we get the prostate cancer taken care of? And so we talked to the surgeon, and because I thought surgery would be great, you get rid of it, it's done, and he said he'll have to go home with a catheter for 9 days. And you guys know how long a catheter would last. So we said, no, that's obviously not going to happen. So we're looking at doing radiation, and we're in the process of trying to finalize that. In addition, Kevin slowed down. He's not a spring chicken anymore. And so we've seen a little bit of decline, I would say, in his kind of mental state. He doesn't have as many original conversations as he used to. But he's still very, very verbal. But again, that's a natural thing, right? And so there's always that temptation to think, is there something really wrong, or is this just normal? And so that's kind of a constant sibling thing as well. So lessons for parents. These are just a couple of things I jotted down that, again, from our experience as siblings, and people say, why are you guys so involved in Kevin's life? It's because it's Kevin. That I can't explain it beyond that. He's just very special. And as growing up, he was an integral part of our family. We did everything as a family all together. But I think it's important that because Shaw Gibbs or any person with disabilities can suck a lot of time, to really make sure that you spend that special time with your non-Shaw Gibbs kids. And to talk to them about what's maybe happening in the future. I think I would have felt good, and who knew that there would be services like this, back in the 60s. But if I had known that the process of getting him into services would be as easy as it was, it probably would have saved my anxiety quite a bit. So I think just letting them know that, when the time comes, there'll be help, and you won't do this alone, I think is a really important message. Let them talk to you about their concerns, and, just if they come up in conversation, don't be afraid to hear what they have to say and to reassure them. And it's never too early to plan. I talked about Special Needs Trust. Molly's going to talk a lot about some things tomorrow. I think that, it's just good to have a sense of what's available, what would work for your person, et cetera. So, behaviors. I've learned in the last 3 years that Kevin's behaviors are his way of communicating. They are not behaviors for the sake of behaviors. He is communicating. And that was a major lesson that I got from the behaviorist and from his behavior plan. So, outbursts as communication. So I think that I'm not a psychologist, I am not a behaviorist, I am just a sibling, but this is what I think outbursts as communication mean. I don't feel good, or I'm tired. I don't like what you're doing. I'm uncomfortable with what's happening right now. Or I'm waiting for something to happen, and it's not happening quickly enough. Those are very, very basic, right? But I know, I can see it in Kevin's face when one of these things is being violated, that it's about to start. And that never really occurred to me before, that it's not just an outburst for the sake of an outburst, but that he's really trying to tell me something. Now, Kevin's verbal, but he can't say, you know what, I feel angry, I feel this, I feel that. His two methods are he'll swat you or he'll grab your shirt. I have a lot of stretched out shirts from times that I should have maybe thought a little bit differently about how I was doing things. And so do some of the staff as well. And when you get the shirt pull, it's time to say, okay, let's stop for a second and figure out what's going on. So this is specific Kevin speak. It is, I don't feel good or I'm tired. Kevin gets a lot of UTIs. So Kevin became incontinent maybe 5 years ago. So delayed toilet training as a kid, like everybody, and incontinence, it's not all the time. Sometimes he will tell us when he needs to go, but not all the time. And so when that happens, you're just subject to more UTIs. And we know Tuesday, this week, said he's not eating as much and he's a little off, and sure enough, he's got a UTI. And if we catch him early, it's okay. If they go on a couple days too long, then, he's miserable. And it's that glass bubble thing again, right? So we know now exactly what to look for to say, okay, it's time to get tested for a UTI. You're asking me too many questions. So I think it's cute to go up to Kevin and say, how you doing today? What's happening? What'd you do today? Blah, blah, blah. And he will say to me, you shut up. So it's like, oh, I will. So he can't say to me, you're asking me too many questions, but he will say, shut up. And a lot of people might say, well, that's really rude. It's like, no, he's communicating to me that I am asking him too many questions. You touched me or my stuff without asking. This is huge. So at a lot of the group homes and the people that were taking care of him, they assume he's a child, and he's not. He's a 65-year-old man that needs to be treated like one. So if you're sitting across from him and at the table and you decide to move his cup a little bit, he's going to pull it back and he's going to be pissed off, because who are you to touch my cup, right? I wouldn't do that to anybody else. Why would I do it to Kevin? And touching him, like, I'm going to fix this, I'm going to wipe your face, I'm going to do it. No. So we've learned now, and the staff is great at this. If you see Lamar with Kevin, he'll always say, may I wipe your face? May I do that? So it's really, really important to treat him like an adult, because he is. And with the respect that you would treat anybody, and not just to assume he's a child. This is huge also with medical professionals. And one of his daytime people, Tasha, is great at this. As soon as we go into any sort of, because he's in the ER more than, whatever that show was, there's always some reason to go to the ER. And it's always nothing, but, you just want to check and make sure. And as soon as the nurse comes up to him, Tasha will go, okay, before you do anything, here's what you need to do. You need to explain to him what you're doing. You need to explain to him if it's going to hurt or not. And, and Kevin has he really does not mind going to the doctor or the hospital, does not mind shots, because somebody was honest with him and explained to him what was going to happen. You said we were going to wherever, fill in the blank, and why aren't we there yet? Again, this is something and it can be very, very small. It can be, we're going to go to McDonald's, and I decide to go to the bathroom before we leave. Or we're going to go to McDonald's, and I can't find my keys. Or whatever it is, it's like, you said we're going to McDonald's, we should be in the car, why are we not in the car? I'm mad. And so I learned now that if we have a little delay, to explain what it is, and we're still going, and whatever. Again, a lot of loose shirts taught me how to do that. You're talking about me with someone else. So this happens a lot. We do FaceTime with Kevin every day, which that was courtesy of COVID. Kevin lives about a half an hour away from me, about an hour and 15 minutes from Jim. So we don't see him every day, but we FaceTime with him every day. And the miracle of FaceTime is Kevin thinks we're actually in the room with him. It's because he doesn't understand the technology. So he has literally tried to hand a bag of M&Ms over FaceTime to Jim. One day I just goofed and he said, hey, can I have one of your French fries? And he tried to give me a French fry. I mean, it's just awesome. So FaceTime is wonderful. But the staff will sometimes start talking about what Kevin did that day and whatever, and I'm like, no, we don't talk about him in front of him. You and I can talk about that in another room, take the tablet to another room, but not when he's, because again, would you do that with somebody else? Would you say, Mary, well, Mary's standing there. She's a real, you would never do that. So, and then having a conversation. So, there's 3 people in the room, 2 people and Kevin, and the 2 people are talking back and forth and back and forth and back. And Kevin's not included in the conversation. Yeah, he's gonna feel a little, ticked off about that. He's gonna want to be involved. Like, why am I not involved in this? So, again, a lot of it is just really common courtesy stuff. But I think because of the disability, because of the developmental delay, a lot of people just have that vision of a child and not an adult. So, and it makes all the difference. I mean, Kevin's behaviors have decreased tremendously since the behaviors came in. He is, I mean, now when he gets upset with me, instead of like, like, oh, he goes like this. So I know he's trying to tell me, not so much, sister, you know, change what you're doing, but the intensity is way, way lower. You know, which just one, and he's just smiling all the time because the people that are with him, they genuinely love him, and he loves them. And it's a beautiful thing to watch. I mean, in fact, they are constantly calling me and saying, we're a little worried about Kevin because he's got this happening, or there's a bruise, or whatever. They're in constant communication with me. So, you know, I know that he's being well taken care of. And so it becomes then just a lot of tweaking of sometimes how the services are provided. I don't know if that's the answer for everybody. I just know that that's what our experience was. That's what really helped us to be able to give Kevin the life that he deserves. And, you know, he doesn't, because he is older and kind of slowing down now, he doesn't do all the things he used to. But he still loves going for a ride in the van. He loves going to McDonald's every day. He loves being able to talk to people. And that was another thing that with the staff. We said, people have to talk to him. It doesn't matter what it's about. You can talk to him about your kids, about your dog. It doesn't matter, but you got to talk to him. And he'll talk back, and he'll have a conversation. And that way he feels like he's important, right? Like we all want to feel. So I think the behavior thing is, you know, I'm not going to say it's perfect, but it's amazing how much it's changed from, I mean, literally hitting everybody in the house almost constantly to now being someone who hangs out in his recliner, giving high fives and hugs and kisses and all kinds of stuff to all his staff. Yes, the staff has to love being hugged. That's very, very important. That's part of the job requirement. Telling him he loves them, I mean, it's just amazing. So we don't, you know, there's nothing that we've seen specific to Shaw Gibbs that necessarily is I mean, he has the scoliosis, and he has obviously the developmental delay. He's got the hypotonia, but you know, like the prostate cancer thing, that's a family thing. That runs in our family. So, you know, we don't know what Kevin's lifespan is. But I know that when we went to the urologist, he said, this is worth treating because who knows how long he could live. So that's what we're doing. We're treating it because Kevin still has a lot to give to people. And so, yeah. So that's my presentation. I don't know if anybody has any questions about anything. Any questions, anybody? Yeah. Does Kevin ever have anything that looks like anxiety? All the time. All the time, yeah. In fact, that's what I would really describe the outburst as, is really an expression of anxiety, more than anything. I did not talk about his meds, and thank you for bringing that up. When he was having really, really a lot of difficulties, he was put on a lot of psych meds. And, you know, honestly, I don't think they really do much good. He's on risperidone, he's on Celexa, he's on, I don't know, several others. And I think at the time they just basically slow him down. Maybe they stop his anxiety a little bit, I don't know. But I think that being with the people that he's with does a lot more for his anxiety. Having the reassurance from people does a lot more for his anxiety than anything. Now, I'm not saying don't do medication. I'm saying medication, you know, obviously works really well. But I think what happened with him was they just kept throwing medication on medication on medication on medication and not really treating the source of where the anxiety was coming from and the source of where those behaviors were coming from. So I hope that helps. Yeah. Sure. Oh, no. No. So my dad did. So he set up the trust. As I said, it was a testamentary trust. So in his will, it actually talks about his assets going into this special needs trust. And then the special needs trust is designed, and there's very specific language about what it can be used for, and very specific language that it cannot be used for food and shelter. So it's because once you get into, you folks that are older probably know this, but so Maryland's a Medicaid waiver state, so once you get into Medicaid funding for services, the person that's getting the services is very limited as to how much income they can have. So anytime a special needs trust is used for food or clothing, it's considered income. So what I have to be very careful about is if we go out to lunch at McDonald's, because that's food, I have to make sure that I'm paying for it out of Kevin's Social Security money and not out of his special needs trust, because I don't want them ever to come back and say, you actually use this for food, it's income. Did that answer your question? You have anything other specific? Yeah. And so I think if you find there's lawyers that specialize in it, and I think if you contact, kind of your local advocacy group, whatever that is, I found it. He was an elder law lawyer that I took the special needs trust to when I became Kevin's guardian and the trustee to have him take a look at it. So, and I think, basically anybody that's doing wills and estates and has a knowledge and specialty in special needs trust would be able to help you out. Is there another question? I can't really see, so if anybody has a question, just yell it out. Yeah.
So were you able, I think I misheard you before, did you use the special needs trust to pay for the housing for Kevin?
So what I did was, the special needs trust is Kevin's landlord. So the special needs trust actually bought the condo, but Kevin is paying for his own housing by paying the special needs trust rent. And again, I talked to a lawyer about that, a lot of detail to make sure that that was in compliance with the special needs trust. Anyone else have any questions?
Any more?
See, he had melanoma, yeah. So he had melanoma on his back. Again, he lived on a boat, and we spent a lot of time in the sun, and it was very typical, no sunscreen. So yeah, he had a couple of spots of melanoma on his back, and fortunately it was caught pretty early, and that's a really good point that brings up. I mean, I don't know what to look for a lot of times, so having a primary care doctor that they were the one that caught it and said, this doesn't look right. So having one that really focuses on the entire health of the person was very, very important in that situation. So, he's also had, this is kind of interesting, and he's had he's had 2 now, thyroid nodules. So one was removed about 30 years ago. They couldn't tell whether it was malignant or benign, so they actually took out part of his thyroid. It was benign, but he has another one now, and so they're in the process of testing that as well to see if it's malignant or benign. So if throw that into the Shaw Gives mix, I don't know. So. Oh, the other thing I should talk about is Kevin's mobility. I didn't really talk about that. So Kevin's got very tiny feet that are not the right shape. Maybe you guys experience the same thing. He is able to walk fairly well, but he's gotten braces the last few years just to help with, I think it's mostly the support in his ankles. But that's another thing where a lot of times walking on his own barefoot, he almost walks a little bit better than he does in his braces. So we're evaluating that too, just to make, to see if that's the right solution or if we need to change it and do something else. So.
One quick follow-up on the medication. You mentioned that the psychiatric medications weren't particularly helpful or harmful. You weren't really sure if they were helping. Is he still on them, or?
He is, and we're trying to get, so now that he's part of, and under the care of an agency that is overseen by the Developmental Disabilities Administration in Maryland, he has a nurse that oversees his care. And so the process of medication administration is obviously very strictly adhered to. We have gone to a new psychofarm and working with the nurse. We're going to look to try to slowly wean him off a lot of those. The one that I'm particularly not happy about is the risperidone, because if you notice, Kevin's hands shake a lot, and that is one of the side effects of risperidone. It also can affect the walking as well. Sometimes that's permanent, and sometimes it's not, so I don't know. He's been on it for at least 10 years, so. Yeah. I'm sorry?
Supplements, not medication.
Yeah, so he's not anything special, just normal vitamins and that kind of thing. And we haven't done any exploration into whether that does help or not. So if it does, let people know. Yeah. Yeah. Through the what? I'm sorry. Yeah, so his services are provided through the Developmental Disabilities Administration in Maryland. So he got a Medicaid waiver, which is you apply for. He is qualified for, so there's couple different kinds. So he originally had residential services, which meant that the agency supplied the house. Now he's just getting personal supports and day services and awake overnight services. So basically he has somebody with him 24/7. It falls under different categories, but it's fully supplied by the Disabilities Administration. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. That's a really good point. So she's asking about giving her daughter functional tasks, because sometimes playing is not something that's something that they readily take to or whatever. And actually that has worked out really, really well for Kevin. So when we have him, and even helping could be just sitting in the kitchen watching someone make dinner. Yeah, exactly. So supervising, but folding laundry, and telling him that he's a big helper, big thumbs up. So, absolutely, we find that giving him that sense of purpose is, again, he's an adult, right? So, I think, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right, and I found too that Kevin's attention span, if we give him a piece of paper and like crayons, that lasts about 5 seconds. But if it's something where you're going to work with me and we're going to fold the laundry, or he's accompanying somebody doing something together that's helpful, it goes a long, long way, for sure. There's somebody else? Yeah.
I just had a question. So when you're speaking about the medical waiver, and I know that Molly's going to be going into this tomorrow a bit, but with the Medicaid waiver and also the trust, do you find that that he's using more from the trust than, say, from the medical waiver, or is the Medicaid waiver actually enough to help sustain his life?
Right. So, and Molly is going to talk about this in detail, but I'll just tell you briefly what Kevin's situation is. So he gets SSDI, Social Security Disability Income, every month. He gets, and then he gets the services from the Disability Administration, and he has the Special Needs Trust. So his money from Social Security is what we use to take him to McDonald's and to do like little entertainment things, and to buy his food. And that is enough. And then the services are the people, right? It's the people that are coming and doing stuff. And that's totally paid for by the Disabilities Administration. So I use the Special Needs Trust truly just for special needs, for things that, and even then, sometimes because you also, the bank account can't be more than $2,000 at any one time, so, I have to be very careful about what I'm spending from where. But yeah, I haven't had any issues being able to supply what he needs, so, yeah.
We spend a lot on tiaras.
Yeah, yes. Well, Kevin, it used to be nails. He likes to hammer nails into boards. So, anyone else? Questions? Okay, well, if anything comes up at any point this weekend, just come and find me. Thanks very much.
Yes, we'll announce that later. Right now, we are going to break for lunch, and then we're going to take a quick break. Lunch is at 12:30 in the room next door, and it'll be 12:30 to 1:30, and then we'll start the second session right after lunch. Thank you.
Shouldn't you expect more from your SUV? Introducing the all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5 with more space to fit every aspect of your life, more style inside and out, and more more advanced tech features that put you in control. There's more to the Mazda CX-5 because there's more to you.
Every Mazda SUV offers you an elevated driving experience and refined performance. Discover it at Denton Mazda.
TXU Energy is the trusted provider with plans to help you save no matter how you use energy. Whether that means you're a work-from-homer, a stay-up-all-nighter, a newfound EV driver, a solar panel adopter, or a recent mover, they've got a plan just for you. And a total satisfaction guarantee means they stand behind every single plan. Discover why more Texans choose TXU Energy than any other provider by visiting TXU.com today. TXU Energy. Energy for everything.
Visit TXU.com for more information. Rep number 10004.
As the chicken sandwich from 7-Eleven, people always call me loud. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm crispy. I'm bold. And with 7 rewards, I'm just $4. Yeah, you heard me. Only at 7-Eleven. Valid through 6/23/26. Participating stores only while supplies last. See app for full terms.
God damn, Jimmy. This some serious gourmet shit. Me and Vincent would have been satisfied with some freeze-dried Taster's Choice, right? These brings this serious gourmet shit over. What flavor is this?
I don't need you to tell me how fucking good my coffee is, okay? I'm the one who buys it. I know how good it is.
Cup of coffee.
was the summer of 26, a time when every bite was savored. Days were filled with roller grills and brain freezes, and evenings were spent cruising with big Q's in cup holders. What came next was the quick trip craving that would change our taste buds forever. This is the story of Summerhood and what it means to savor it. Featuring a whole QT sub and Coca-Cola for $8. Because summer isn't just a season, it's a Summerhood. Snag this $8 deal at a QT near you for a limited time.
Create the perfect playlist with Mix and enjoy smooth transitions from one song to the next. Rejoin Premium and get 2 months for $6.99. From road trips to flights, take your music with you everywhere. Offline backup keeps your top tracks ready to play, no download required. Tune back into Premium and get 2 months for $6.99.
seeking, pushing, optimizing, creating, learning, discovering. At Aramco, we believe in harnessing the power of data to push the limits of what's possible. That's how we deliver reliable energy to millions across the world. Aramco, an integrated energy and chemicals company. Learn more about us at aramco.com.
Bring the beats with Premium. Download and bring your music anywhere so you can dance to high-quality music without hearing ads. Mix up your playlist with song recommendations from Smart Shuffle, or take total control of your listening with unlimited skips and repeats. Experience music without limits. Tap the banner to get started. Explore new ways to tune into your music with Spotify Premium. Smart Shuffle adds recommendations into your playlist to show you new sounds. Or you can make music a shared experience when you host a jam, where you and your friends can add songs and listen in together. Tap the banner to learn more.
It pays to book your 30A stay early with Verbo. Book early and save over $530. Verbo. Book now, relax longer. Average savings $550. Book 60 days in advance on 7+ days. Select homes only.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/fast. That's ethos.com/fast. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I love coffee, but sometimes I just don't know what to order.
Try the Licious lineup at Scooter's Coffee. 7 can't-miss signature lattes, like the Caramelicious, Fudgelicious, or Strawberry Shortcake.
What if I'm looking for something sweet and salty?
Licious lineup.
Creamy and comforting?
The Licious lineup.
A party in my mouth?
I see where this is going. Yep, whatever you're craving, try the Licious lineup. Only at Scooter's Coffee. Scoot on around.
Firestone Complete Auto Care's epic savings event is the sign you need to stop putting off your car's maintenance. And you can save up to $100 on tires and services while you're at it. Don't wait. Call Firestone Complete Auto Care for an appointment.
Hank joined BJ's Wholesale Club the day he became a father of 30.
I coach football.
Now Coach Hank saves up to 25% off grocery store prices. 30 pounds of pasta, 3 cases of protein bars, 75 sports drinks.
And that's just pregame.
He knows teamwork, and BJ's knows savings. This is your home, Coach. Home of the save. Join for just $20 at bjs.com/Waxahachie and save 10 cents a gallon on gas for 6 months. Now open. Limited time offer. New members only. BJ's. Home of the save.
Vegas turned casinos into theme parks. Lucky Rebel brings it back to when the tables were cool. When rebels like you could find action louder than the neon. We don't just play on the strip. We let it roll everywhere you do. Play the way you live, like a rebel. Whatever your game, play it at luckyrebel.la.
Stay connected through the unexpected with Invincible Wi-Fi from Spectrum. Invincible Wi-Fi keeps your home running with fast, fiber-powered internet and automatic 5G and 8-hour battery backup, making sure you stay on track, working, streaming, connected to friends and family, no matter what. Be invincible. Invincible Wi-Fi from Spectrum. Visit invinciblewifi.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Services not available in all areas.
I have designed this speaker to amplify my thoughts so people will quit asking me for sandwiches. That should work, right?
I don't know what you're talking about, Space Ghost.
Go ahead,
My
Mozart.
show was...
You with sticks till you fell down. Remember? You sure I didn't harness the power of the sun?
No, it's definitely sticks. Beaten with sticks.
All right, go get 'em. How's it going, man? Ow! No! Ow! Not there! Ow! Ow!
Are you still here?
Welcome to the program.
I'm sorry. I thought the show was over.
It started?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff. Liftoff of the 25th Space Shuttle mission, and it has cleared the tower.
the summer of 26, a time when every bite was savored. Days were filled with roller grills and brain freezes, and evenings were spent cruising with big Qs in cup holders. What came next was the quick trip craving that would change our taste buds forever. This is the story of Summerhood and what it means to savor it. Featuring a whole QT sub and Coca-Cola for $8. Because summer isn't just a season, it's a Summerhood. Snag this $8 deal at a QT near you for a limited time.
Mazda?
Once you discover the Mazda CX-30,
Mazda?
It doesn't take long to get it. With standard all-wheel drive plus an available turbo engine, it feels like it was designed just for you. It will have you saying,
Mazda.
The Mazda CX-30. It's made to move you.
Every Mazda SUV offers you an elevated driving experience and refined performance. Discover it at Denton Mazda.
In the summer, your AC is your best friend. You need one that's flexible and cool, so you can do summer your way. Meet the Midea U, the U-shaped air conditioner that gives you full use of your window all summer long. Want to enjoy the breeze? Keep it open. Heat wave? Keep it closed and enjoy powerful cooling without the noise. Its unique design keeps the heat and sound out while keeping you comfortable for a night in. The Midea U. Like any best friend, it's up for anything and down to chill. Midea makes the wow.
Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids who turn a back seat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah, here for that too. Enterprise, we're here for it.
TXU Energy is the trusted provider with plans to help you save no matter how you use energy. Whether that means you're a work-from-homer, a stay-up-all-nighter, a newfound EV driver, a solar panel adopter, or a recent mover, they've got a plan just for you. And a total satisfaction guarantee means they stand behind every single plan. Discover why more Texans choose TXU Energy than any other provider by visiting TXU.com today. TXU Energy. Energy for everything.
Visit TXU.com for more information. Rep number 10004.
It feels good to be in control, no matter what. Keep your business connected with Invincible Wi-Fi from Spectrum Business, the fully integrated Wi-Fi 7, 5G, and 8-hour battery backup solution. Keep connected, keep working, and keep security systems running reliably. Be in control. Be invincible. Invincible Wi-Fi from Spectrum Business. Visit spectrum.com/beinvincible to learn more. Restrictions apply. Services not available in all areas.
All right, everyone, welcome back. Thank you. Before we get started, I wanted to make a quick announcement. At 5 o'clock, after all of the presentations today, we're going to group up right up here and take a group photo together. So don't get lost until we get a good usable picture. We're going to hold dinner, so bring your smiles and let's have some fun.
Let's get started. Hello, everyone. I'm Richard Gibbs at Baylor College of Medicine, and I'm going to only talk very briefly, and then I'll introduce the other speakers that I hope you'll find have lots of useful information for you. If we can get the first slide up. Well, I haven't pushed a button yet. I pushed a button and nothing. How's that? There we go. Let me get my... So first, let me thank you all. You families have changed the lives of those of us who now got to know you and are working with you. We're deeply appreciative of that. And also for those of you who've contributed biological samples, they're in good use and very grateful for that. I want to also thank the foundation who's given us grant money over the last several years to support the registry, which is now up to about 250 people. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that better? Sorry. We're up to about 250 people, and Jihong has been tracking like social media up to 650 known. A big community. Can the Baylor folks just stand up for one moment? So Jihong and Malai have been involved in the registry, but all these folks are in some way conscious and working on your disorder. Thank you. So here's the good news of today. You know, when we first were, my group mostly does DNA stuff. And when we're first able to diagnose the first 4 of you or identify the mutation in AHDC1, that was the only activity in that area back at the beginning of that graph in the bottom there. And now there are more than 70 publications that have arisen, and you see the constant growth in the literature reflecting more and more people working on, in the community, working on the challenges of this disorder. More and more countries are involved, and all those countries highlighted on the top are the sources of the manuscripts that have been reported. And so it's not just a US and a Northern European activity at all. I particularly draw your attention to Brazil and Italy, which have very active communities working on AHDC1, and I'll come back to that in just a moment. Most of the other countries have reports of case studies, and which is valuable information, but not yet at the doing the molecular studies. We don't really know a lot about what's happening in China and India, which are very large countries with a lot of activity, so much more to come. Now, so with all that activity, why hasn't things sort of sped along to the end game of cure here? I've got to tell you that the protein, AHDC1, is what we would call a difficult protein. I just picked a random model for a different protein that's published a lot called P53, and you see the difference on the right has a lot of colored in very structured areas. That's because the computer models know what the protein sequence looks like physically. They know the different structures. A lot of proteins, like P53, are easier to work with. And now, AHDC1 is in the class of having a large intrinsically, which is a fancy way of saying no one knows quite what those regions do. And you see very little structure in the middle there. So it's a difficult protein to work with. As a consequence, many of the papers that have been published are what I call etiological papers. And that's certainly been true in our environment, where the studies are there because we have the clinical data and the mutation data, and we can draw some conclusions from that, but we're not really getting into the depths of the molecular basis of the disorder, which is what we've got to do. And that is what is growing now. So you heard a beautiful talk earlier about the basics of genetics. DNA gives rise to RNA, gives rise to protein. So in a disease study, what you like to do is take the protein and then figure out what it does. And then, dissect it, challenge it, test it with drugs, put it in different situations. And then once you've studied its function, then you can design a way to alter it, which would be what is therapy. Now, for AHDC1, we spent a lot of time trying to express it in bacteria or in yeast to make a lot of it so we could work with it, unsuccessfully. It's one of those proteins that doesn't like to be grown in those environments. Tried to raise an antibody. Now, the Italians, you'll hear, have raised an antibody that's not the best of antibodies by antibody standards. No one else has done that. There's no good antibodies out there. An antibody is a tool that you can use to study the protein in the lab. Model organisms, the protein is not expressed in flies or worms that are often used. It only begins to be seen at the higher levels in the evolutionary tree. You may hear from the Brazilians about a zebrafish model, but apart from that, there's not good animal models. We tried to make a mouse, spent a lot of time and a lot of the money on that. Very limited success in mouse genetics. The human cellular models are the new thing, and you'll hear about that more and more, and some of the successes there from the other research groups. So here's what you're going to hear about from now. You're going to hear from, in our first session, from our two clinical geneticists, Davut Pelivan and Daniel Kalam, both at Baylor, and Davut is going to talk about epilepsy, and then Daniel will follow with some of the latest developments in therapeutics, to give you an idea of how therapeutics are working in neurodevelopmental disorders. And then after that, Ji Hong is going to speak. Sorry, Ji Hong will go first, then Daniel. And she's going to talk about the recent data from our lab. And then at the end of the morning, the first session, Adam Hansen here, who's at Genial, a company who has worked to make the registry more usable and generalizable, he will speak. So those are my major introductions, and I'll invite Davut to come up to the microphone, and then we'll introduce the speakers from Italy and Brazil and from Stanford after the break. Coming up. Thanks, Davut. You just have to push the big button.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Yep. So I am Davut Pelivan. I am one of the neurogeneticists at Texas Children's Hospital, and my main field of expertise is neurogenetic syndromes, and Shaw-Gibbs syndrome is one of them. Today, I will just talk about the epilepsy portion of epilepsy in Shaw-Gibbs syndrome. So before starting my talk, I wanted to clarify a few terms that we use in clinic. One is seizure. So seizure and epilepsy, they are not exactly the same. Epilepsy, it means two unprovoked seizures. So if someone is having two seizures, and they should be 24 hours apart, which should be different in time. And if someone is having two seizures independently, then you can diagnose someone with epilepsy. But seizure means any sudden attack that causes a change in the neurological function. So seizure is very broad. And I wanted to highlight one other thing. Not every seizures are epileptic. Epileptic means it's coming from the abnormal brain activity of the brain. These are brain cells. They are connected to each other, and they communicate, these brain cells communicate with each other through the electrical activity. When this electrical activity goes out of control, that's short circuitry of the electrical activity, that provokes like constant firing of the brain cells, neurons, and that's called an epilepsy or the seizures. And why this is important? Because we don't make, our brains doesn't make new brain cells, new neurons. Our brain doesn't make new neurons. For example, if you take out your liver's 90%, it's gonna grow back to normal. Any tissue, if you cut your skin will grow and it's gonna make the new cells, but the brain doesn't make new cells. So if it is constant firing, then that's causing a damage to the neuron. It's not getting enough oxygen, and it causes brain cell death, and that has a lot of consequences. And I wanted to highlight also the frequency of seizures, not epilepsy, is 10% in the life. So every one person in this room on average had at least one seizure in their lifetime, okay? But they don't turn into an epilepsy. So a few things about epilepsy or seizure management. There are two studies, EEG, electrical activity of the electroencephalogram, and neuroimaging, mostly MRI, brain MRI. So these are important because based on this, you can classify a seizure, whether they are focal or generalized, or you can see if there is any structural anomaly. So these two studies are necessary to how to give what kind of medication you need to give and what you need to do. These are the two workup studies. One last thing before going to epilepsy again. These are all movements. As you can see, there's a pseudo seizure, which is not a seizure, but looks like very looks like a typical seizure, but they are not epileptic. They don't come from brain, or there are a lot of different episodes like breath holding spells. They may look like seizure, especially in the early 1 to 2 years of life. The babies may do breath holding and they may look like seizure. So there are a lot of movements that they are not seizure. Talking about the treatment for seizures or epilepsy, the first line is seizure medications, okay? But the important thing here is that there is no way to fully control seizures in about 1/3 of the patients, okay? Despite multiple medications or multiple non-medical treatments, about 1/3 of the patients may not have a full seizure control, okay? But with the first seizure medication, your chance is close to 50%, and adding another second seizure medication brings to maybe 60%, but after that, it doesn't go beyond 1 to 2% success additional. That's why you hear from families, oh, he's on 3 or 4 medications and still having seizures or whatever. Or we added Depakote now, it's still not helping that much. So this is very typical for seizure management. And if you look at the seizure medication discovery, so in the last 20 years, there's a huge increase, especially like in this seizure management, but despite this, still we have 1/3 of the patients have a poorly controlled seizures. I wanted to highlight one other thing. There are different seizure managements beyond medications. One is diet, like high-fat diet, ketogenic diet, sometimes surgical resections, or sometimes you do different kind of that adjust the brain's like electrical activity, deep brain stimulation or responsive neurostimulation or like TMS, these kind of things. So what they do, they give like firing to adjust those out of circuitry electrical activity. Now let's talk about the epilepsy in Chagas syndrome. So as Dr. Gibbs mentioned, there is not too much like in the literature, especially that goes with a larger number of patients. Most publications are single or few patients, 1 to 2 patients. That's why the numbers are small, so conclusions are not that strong. So when we look at the relatively large studies, first of all, the frequency of seizures is, for example, in this cohort, they've published 20 patients. In this Hyatt et al., 34, and Romano, 57. So the range of the seizure frequency is between 30 to 45%. Okay, about maybe 1/3 to about half of the patients with Chagas syndrome patients have epilepsy. EEG, abnormal EEG, as I said, this is a workup you do for seizure management to guide the treatment and everything. About 20 to 40% of the Chagas syndrome patients have abnormal EEG, but MRI, abnormal MRI is mostly about 50 to 60%, okay? So this means that not every abnormal EEG or not every abnormal MRI means they are gonna have seizures, okay? So based on my review of the literature, all I can say is, like based on the current knowledge and the literature, I can say the seizure onset is between 5 to 6 years old for Chagas syndrome patients, okay? But this doesn't mean that, oh, my child is at 6 years old will develop seizures. Or the range is actually from 9 months to like 16, 17 years old. So it may start maybe at 50 years old, even 30 years old. So, but in general, I would say 5 to 6 years when you have about 100 patients, this is the average number. They have any type of seizures. I didn't show that slide, but there are, like I showed it at the beginning, but there's like maybe 50 different seizure types, even just a behavioral arrest or just like hearing something may be seizures. So, but they may have any types of seizures. And there is no, unfortunately, a specific medication for this syndrome. So you try and see. You try one medication. If it doesn't work, you try the second one, add the other one, third one. Try and see for every child. And this refractory status means not responding to medication. Again, it may vary. Some patients respond, and some doesn't respond well. And even in the twin boys or girls, they may respond differently. Two kids with the same genetic condition, but one responds better than the other. And this was from last like my presentation 2 years ago, but it says C-terminal, the ones that if your mutation is beginning of the protein, the gene, you have a more likely to have seizures. And there's another paper came this year, and that's kind of proving that. You're going to hear Dr. Sennes' talk in the afternoon. So she published, since 2024, my previous talk, she published a Brazilian cohort, 16 new patients, plus like basically 40 patients. What she found, if the mutation is beginning of the gene, it is 3 times more likely to have seizures compared to the downstream of the gene. And another cohort study, relatively small, Italian cohort, they published 7 patients. Again, they found all kinds of seizures, focal or the entire brain is seizing. Again, refractory versus non-refractory. And the important thing is, they did EEG on these patients, and they found that the EEG is abnormal despite they don't have seizures. So that's one of the key messages that I wanted to say. So when someone has abnormal EEG, doesn't mean that they have seizure, okay? And another Japanese cohort, they report about 43% of their patients had seizures. And there was a Turkish cohort, only 1 in 5 patients had seizures. So in summary, seizures occur in about 1/3 to about half of the patients with Chagas syndrome, and the average age of onset is around 5-6 years old. Again, it changes from 9 months to 16, and it can change again, younger or maybe much later. Any type of seizures may happen, and there is no correlation with age, and abnormal EEG and relatively more common than the seizures as expected. Still, what needs to be done? Is there any age dependence? Most of the neurodevelopmental disorders, as they get old, their chance of seizures increases. I don't know if it is the case for Chagas syndrome, and we need to see longitudinally. And again, this was kind of confirmed with the Brazilian paper as well. Beginning of the gene, mutations are more likely to have seizures. And another work needs to be done. What kind of seizure medications work better for Chagas syndrome patients? That needs to be investigated. With that, I would like to thank and happy to take questions, maybe at the end of the session. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I will repeat what she's saying is her daughter is 20 years old. She never had seizures. Is it possible to have seizures later in the life? So that is one of the things, like as I said, there are some neurogenetic syndromes. The chance of a seizure with age increases dramatically, or like depends on the age. We don't know it for Chagas syndrome patients. My understanding, seeing some elderly, like elderly patients, like relatively after 20 years old, whatever, it doesn't look like age dependent. Probably, yeah, not the case, yeah. Mm-hmm. There's one more question there. There's a mic, if you don't mind, yeah.
I was just going to say, our son's 29 now, but he had his first seizure at age 22, got put on Depakote, was on Depakote for like 5 years. We took him off of it, and within 6 months of that, he had another seizure. Mm-hmm. Put him back on it. He hasn't had any so far.
Perfect. I have seen these kind of patients, not Chagas, but like Probably the Depakote is not a very high dose, right? It's a small dose.
Yes,
yeah. Patients need a very tiny dose of medication, but they need it. So when I took it out, they cease. And when they are on it, they're stable. So that happens. Yeah. So all I can recommend for that is, I'm guessing it's not causing liver toxicity, whatever. So just looks like he's depending on it lifetime. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Later on, yeah. Next speaker is, you're going to introduce? Yeah. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah. So today I'm going to talk about our unpublished multi-omics study on Shargaps. Everybody knows already Shargaps, AHDC1, so I'm going to skip this slide. And given the protein encoded by HDC1 plays an important role in transcription regulation, chromatin architecture, and also DNA methylation. So yet the molecular mechanism is still poorly understood, especially in patient-derived samples. So we attempt to understand what are the underlying molecular mechanisms and what other genes or proteins are differentiatedly expressed among Shargaps individuals that can contribute to the Shargaps, and what the biological pathways are dysregulated. The samples we used were the ones we collected 2 years ago at Shargaps meeting in here. Includes 17 individuals. 17 individuals, 8 males, 9 females, and also parent-sibling samples as control. And this includes 13 truncating variants that generate the truncated shorter form of the protein, and the 2 missense variants that generate the encodes the full-length protein with only 1 amino acid difference, and then 2 large deletions encompassing the full gene. And this is the protein map with the functional domains and also the location of the truncating and the missense variant. And just now, Dr. Gibbs shows the central dogma of the biology from DNA to transcribe to RNA and then translate to protein. And so we try to use the multi-omics study to approach to study these 3 layers of biology. So epigenomics, and actually particularly in here is DNA methylation by using the whole genome sequencing, as the addition of the methyl group to the DNA can turn on and off the genes without even change the DNA sequence. And the transcriptomics, this is to detect the abundance and the sequence of the RNA actively transcribed from the DNA. And the proteomics, this to profile the entire proteins, and particularly in our sample is the plasma that actually being translated from the RNA. So on this part of work, we have finished the sequencing. The bioinformatics analysis is ongoing right now, and this will be my focus of the talk today. And RNA sequencing, So I'm not going to explain like what each number stands for. I just highlighted these two numbers to show you the power of the technology, that we can detect that many of genes, that many of transcripts in just one assay. Together, these just numbers tell us that the sequencing quality is very good. We can move ahead for the downstream analysis. So we did the principal component analysis. This is a method used to assess the sample similarity and the group separation. So each dot, sorry for the low resolution of the figure. So each dot stands one sample. Projected from bioinformaticsly into 2 dimensions to capture the source of variation. So PC1 is the biggest variation, source of variation, and the PC2 is the next biggest. So as you can see, the samples are separated by PC1, the Shah-Gibbs individuals, and the controls. So that means the clinical phenotypes is the leading driver to separate, to give the variation in transcription. Okay, so the ellipses just show you the 95% of confidence within the group. So that means here they are clearly separated into 2 groups. So this is the heat map for the 50 most highly expressed genes. Each row is 1 gene. Each column is 1 sample. And here, color bar shows the expression level. The dendrogram showed that these samples are separated into 2 groups and perfectly aligned with the phenotypes. So controls and Shah-Gibbs. And you can see some of the genes had higher expression level in controls or had higher expression levels in the Shah-Gibbs. So this data confirms the PCA analysis at the gene level. There are something different in the Shah-Gibbs individuals. So the question is, what are the other genes? So altogether, we found about like 6,000 of genes differentiatedly expressed in the Shah-Gibbs individuals, 4,000 upregulation, 2,000 downregulation. By cross-referencing to a few panels of curated genes that have already been shown with high confidence of related to the intellectual disability, neuron development, or muscle development, we found this number of hits. And that here is just a list of those genes. And here I highlighted a few of them that overlapped with Dr. Aura's publication. Not too many overlapped in here, maybe just because we use different cell types and then other factors may also contribute in. So next is the KGG pathway analysis. This helped to group the individual genes into the biological function modules. So altogether, it's like 82 KGG pathways were found enriched among Shah-Gibbs individuals. And they are relevant. These are the ones relevant to Shah-Gibbs syndrome. And here shows some highly significant ones. Don't be panic since you see Alzheimer or Parkinson's disease in here. Just some basic fundamental pathways are overlapped. Doesn't mean that Shaw-Gibbs individuals will develop AD or PD in the future, okay? Forgot to mention that Dr. Sangis will give another presentation about transcription in the next session. Just looking forward to his talk. Okay, so next I'm going to switch the gear and talk about the proteomics analysis by using a new technology, O-Link. This is the proximity extension assay. It's a new technology that can allow us to detect 5,400 proteins at one time. Here is the heat map, and then each row is one individual, one person, and each column is one assay. They're all condensed together. We can see like two individuals, their profile is a little bit different from others, with probably some reasons we do not understand at this moment yet. The volcano plot, so here on the right side are upregulated proteins. Here are downregulated proteins. Shown in red dots are the ones that are above the significant threshold, altogether 475 abundant, differentially abundant proteins. Very similar analysis as the RNA-seq. 200 upregulated, about 200 downregulated, and individual proteins that are involved in the neurodevelopment, the muscle development, etc. And next is similar KGG pathway analysis. So we did find some of them are more relevant to the neurodevelopment, muscle development, or both. So now we have two sets of data, RNA and protein. So the next question is very natural. Did you find anything that overlap? Yes, we do. They're not looking like this on my screen. 70, yes, we found 70 targets overlapped in between these two sets of data. Since considering the upregulation, downregulation, and then we found 13 targets are both upregulated, and the 13 targets are both downregulated. And there were some 40-ish other targets, the direction are not exactly concorded. So of course, we are very interested in this 26 targets as the dysregulation propagates consistently from transcriptome to proteome. And they may represent the most robust biological signals, and these are the high confidence candidate markers that we need to follow. So as this is the unpublished data, I'm not listing these 26 markers. Instead, I just summarize the functions for them. As you can see, there is a significant set of numbers that relevant to neural and intellectual development, muscle and the muscle, neuromuscle junction, or in general in development. So two targets have already been reported that individually each of them is linked to the intellectual disability. And one target is critical to regulate the skeletal muscle mass. And one target is the predominant smooth muscle actin isoform. And of course, they are also involved in general development. So currently, our research is use the blood samples. It's easier to be obtained. However, it may not reflect the real changes in the neuron. So that's why we would like to develop the iPSC cell model for the next step. The blood samples will be reprogrammed and then to be into the induced pluripotent stem cells, and then later on differentiate to the neuron stem cells, progenitor cells, then further differentiate to the neuron cells. Up to date, there are 3 publications regarding iPSC cell line model used in Shargaps. Dr. Aura's lab had the knockout cell line, and Dr. Krapsky had 3 patient-derived cell lines. Mesa from her lab will give a talk in next session. And there is another patient-derived line in a lab in China. So all these 4 lines, they stand for the truncated variant, which are at, close to the end terminals or close to the in the middle. So they're all truncation lines. So that's why we would like to expand the list by adding like missense variant and by adding the whole gene deletion variant. So this part of work is in progress in collaboration with Dr. Kuma at UTRGV. A very quick summary. So we used 17 Shargaps individual samples for the multi-omics study. And we identified 6,000 differentiatedly expressed genes in RNA-seq and 475 protein targets. And then there are 73 targets overlapped in 2 sets of data, and with 26 directional concordant in the 2 studies. And there is a significant subset of these 26 genes are related to neural development, intellectual development, or muscle, neuromuscle junction. This is relevant to Shargaps. And we are developing the iPSC cell lines, and will be used to further validation of these targets. Of course, I would like to thank all the Shargaps families and the individuals who generously donate the samples so that our research can be possible. And the Shargaps Society for funding support, and my colleagues at Baylor, Dr. Gibbs for his support, and then these people for the data analysis and the data generation and other support. And thank you very much for your attention. Two years probably is too soon. The eventual goal is that we find biomarkers for intervention or something, and then in the future that can be treatment for Shargaps, hopefully.
Yeah, it seems like an interminable just sticking around with the protein. What we want to do is we want to understand what it does and how it does it, so we can design an intervention to make the wrong version do what it should do. That's the goal. But right now, we don't know all of its partners. We don't know what it does in the cell. We don't have all the tools we need in order to manipulate it to figure out what it does. So we're uncovering its story is the best answer we can give. Thanks, Ji-Hong. Daniel's going to talk about therapeutic options that can be used once we understand more of the story.
All right. Can you all hear me? Yes? Is this okay? All right. Let's see. Am I going the right way? Yes. All right. Well, very good. So thank you all for having me. I'm Daniel Callum. Like Dr. Pelavon, I'm also a pediatric neurologist and neurogeneticist at Baylor Texas Children's. And so I'm pleased to talk today about precision therapies for neurodevelopmental disorders. So we live in a really amazing time. You know, even just a couple decades ago, there really were no precision therapies for genetic neurodevelopmental disorders. And now we really have a toolkit that in theory can help us treat almost anything. I only have 15 minutes. This is a huge field, so I'm just going to go through some of the main highlights by talking about some of the main players in this space, starting off with antisense oligonucleotides, or ASOs, as well as small interfering RNAs, siRNAs, then viral-based gene replacements or augmentation therapies, and then finally genome editing. So ASOs and siRNAs are similar in many ways. They're synthetic oligonucleotides that are designed to target a specific gene, and specifically the messenger RNA that's produced from that gene. And so this figure shows the different ways that they can work. For ASOs, you can effectively knock down gene expression through one of two ways. The ASO can result in the degradation of the target messenger RNA through the activation of an enzyme called an RNase that cuts it apart. And there are many drugs that do this already. There's also a thing called steric hindrance, where basically it goes in and binds to the RNA and it prevents its translation into a protein. This mechanism hasn't been used too much so far, but it's a possibility. And then I'll skip over to the siRNA because really they work very similarly. They also act by binding to the messenger RNA and activating a complex that then breaks it apart. And so all these mechanisms I talked about so far really are targeting the reduction in gene expression, which is really good for conditions that are driven by gain of function. That could be either an extra copy of the gene or maybe like a missense mutation or a nonsense variant that makes that copy of the gene have some extra function, gain of function. Now there's another mechanism by which ASOs can work, the third one right there, that's called splicing modulation. So multiple genes that have multiple exons, those exons get spliced together to form the mature final messenger RNA. And ASOs can go in and effectively alter the way they're spliced together, either inducing exon skipping or inclusion. And this is really powerful for loss of function disorders because you can potentially correct the splicing problem and restore the gene expression, the protein expression. And I'll show you an example of that now. This is nusinersen. You may have heard of this. This is a treatment for spinal muscular atrophy. This is a condition in pediatric neurology is one of the most devastating. It's a condition where children are born healthy, and then in the first year of life, they start to have motor regression, ultimately respiratory failure, and without treatment in the past, they would die in the first year or so of life. Now with nusinersen, the natural history of this disease has been completely changed. These children are surviving. They're gaining motor milestones they never had before. And the way this works is by modulating splicing. Sorry, this is probably a little hard to see up here, but I'll try to walk you through it. So there's two genes involved here in this condition. There's the main gene that's responsible for the disease called SMN1. This is what produces the final SMN protein that is deficient in these patients. But there's also a second gene called SMN2 that if you look at it, it's almost exactly the same gene. The sequence is almost exactly the same, just some small changes in it that result in differences in the way it is spliced together. It turns out that from SMN2, about 90% of the messenger RNAs that are produced, they skip over exon 7. And as a consequence, it's defective. It doesn't produce any protein at all. Only about 10% makes the full-length messenger RNA that produces the protein. And so what nusinersen does is it targets SMN2, not SMN1. It targets a specific sequence between exons 7 and 8, shown there in black, that normally is bound by a protein called HNRNPA1-2. It's a splicing factor. And what it does is when it binds there, it promotes that exon 7 skipping. And so nusinersen goes in, it binds to that sequence, it prevents that splicing factor from binding, and it shifts the splicing back to the full-length transcript so you get more protein. And that's what rescues these children. This is turning out to be a very useful strategy because it turns out that non-productive splicing is really a hallmark of most genes, most multi-exon genes. And like we talked about the way it works in SMA, but there's also this whole phenomenon of what are called poison exons. You can see this on the left side of this slide, that many genes have these alternative exons shown here in red with the little stop sign. And what the stop sign means is that there's a premature stop codon. If you introduce this exon, this poison exon, into the transcript, it makes it essentially not work. And so normally this is happening all the time in us, and these just aren't producing any protein. They're not effective. But what you can do is you can use an ASO to go in there and block that and redirect the splicing from that non-productive splicing to normal splicing, and as a consequence, boost gene expression, boost protein production. This is a paper from, I think it's called Stoke Therapeutics. This is really what they've been working on for many years now. They're showing here in this paper, in this figure, that they're able to boost SCN1A expression with one of these ASOs and boost protein production as well. And they have several products that they're developing looking at conditions like SYNGAP1, Dravet syndrome, and so forth. And many other people are doing this too right now. Now let's move on to gene replacement or augmentation or gene supplementation. There's so many ways that people describe this. But basically, the idea here is that you're using, we take advantage of a virus or viruses to deliver DNA to cells to restore what is missing. And so there's many ways this can be done. The top part of this panel is showing actually not a neurodevelopmental disorder, but actually a type of anemia called beta thalassemia. Beta thalassemia, again, it's an anemia, it's very common, and so there's actually a drug right now that you can give patients, FDA approved, that the way it works is you take their stem cells, hematopoietic stem cells, out of them, and then you infect those cells with a lentivirus that contains the defective gene, the HBB gene. And in this case, lentiviruses actually cause that gene to be integrated into the DNA, the genome of those stem cells, and therefore drives the production of beta globulin, which is missing in these patients. You then give it back to them, and it's therapeutic. On the bottom, you're seeing probably an example that's more relevant to neurodevelopmental disorders. This is also from spinal muscular atrophy. This is there's actually a therapy that's doing this called Zolgensma. The way it works is that we use an adeno-associated virus. The adeno-associated viruses introduce they don't put the gene back into our DNA. They instead insert what's called an episome, a small circular piece of DNA that goes into the nucleus, but it doesn't integrate into the genome, and it just drives the expression of the protein within there. And again, this is being used right now as a treatment for spinal muscular atrophy. And those are, I should say, those are great for conditions that are driven by loss of function, where you're trying to restore gene expression, restore the protein's production. Now, I'll wrap up by talking about genome editing. This has been, an area of great excitement ever since Jennifer Duwadna's group described CRISPR-Cas9 for the first time. Probably everyone's heard of this technology that allows us to harness the Cas9 enzyme from bacteria to go in and nick DNA wherever we want to, and then introduce a mutation if we want to, or to potentially correct a mutation by a template, a repair template. So great technology. It's been very widely used. Unfortunately, it's been challenging to do this in vivo in the body, especially in neurons in the brain, in cells that are not dividing. There's also off-target issues with it. You can introduce mutations that you don't want to, and so forth that have limited its use. But there's some newer approaches that have been pioneered in the last few years, base editing and prime editing, that allow for much more precision engineering, genome editing, with less off-target effects and better ability to target the cells that we care about, like in the cells in the brain. And so I'll give you a few examples of this. These are from David Liu's group, who David Liu really has developed these technologies. On the left, these are all preclinical studies. This is, on the left, a study of a mouse model of alternating hemiplegia of childhood. This is a developmental disorder caused by de novo gain-of-function missense variants in ATP1A3. They found that they could very efficiently edit this mutation in the brain of these mice. Not completely, not 100%, but at a level that it actually extended their lifespans, reduced seizure frequency, and it reduced abnormal movements, which are prominent in these mice. And then on the other side, a more recent story of adenine base editing for a mouse model of Dravet syndrome. This is due to SCN1A, it's an epileptic encephalopathy, and again, pretty high levels of gene editing in the brain in vivo, rescuing these mice. This hasn't been done much in people yet, but there have been some recent examples that I'll share with you. This story just came out a couple weeks ago in the New England Journal. This is a little different. This is not for a genetic condition, but rather it's kind of the opposite, trying to induce a genetic mutation for a therapeutic purpose. So what they did here was they did in vivo base editing of a gene called PCSK9, which it's expressed in the liver, and it plays an important role in regulating LDL cholesterol. We've known for a long time that people who are deficient in PCSK9 have very low LDL levels and are very protected against heart disease and vascular disease. And so basically what this was trying to do was induce this in people, but just in their liver, to see if you could have a more long-lasting impact on cholesterol levels. And that's exactly what they saw. This is just a phase 1 trial, but they were able to efficiently edit this gene in the liver and reduce LDL levels for up to a year after a single dose treatment. And then finally, I think this is probably the only example of this actually being done for a rare genetic condition. This was published last year by the group at CHOP. This was a treatment of a specific child who has a rare inborn error of metabolism, a urea cycle defect called CPS1 deficiency. This is a condition where it leads to very high ammonia levels and ultimately high rates of mortality in childhood. And what they did was, at about 7 to 8 months of life, treated this child with this base editor, were able to get pretty good levels of correction. Ammonia went down. The child was able to tolerate much more protein in the diet than would have been able to otherwise, started gaining weight better. Really, it seems like it was very successful. But these examples were in the liver, which it's important to note that because the liver is much more easy to target than the brain. So in conclusion, I hope I've kind of tried to show you that the optimal therapeutic strategy for each condition really depends on the underlying genetic mechanism, loss of function versus gain of function. And so with ASOs and siRNAs, we can reduce gene expression, and it's very helpful for gain of function conditions, whereas ASOs can also modulate splicing, which may be helpful for loss of function conditions where splicing is a problem. The gene augmentation therapies, viral vector therapies, increased gene expression are great for loss of function disorders, and we're just starting to see genome editing enter the clinic. So it's a very exciting time. All right, thank you all very much.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Last talk before break time, so really grateful for everything I've learned from all the other speakers, too, though. I was in Richard's lab as a grad student back in 2016, brought me to Houston 10 years ago. But for the last 5 years now, I've been with Genial, founded this company to support rare disease communities. And the first thing I want to say is that I am really proud of the Shaw Gibbs community, and there's such wonderful leadership and support that you have in place. We've had the opportunity to attend several different family events through different rare disease organizations, and in terms of the quality of the events and the work that's happening and the registry that's in place, the community is in a great place and doing all the right things. So I just wanted to say that. But just to dive in, I'm keeping it casual today, just going to share my screen here of some things about the Genial Registry. You can see over here, different screen, forgive that, but if anyone's on Teams as well, you can follow along. So first of all, how many of you have joined the Shaw Gibbs Syndrome Registry? I can see with a show of hands. So a lot of folks here, maybe everyone's familiar with the registry. In the registry, there is a public-facing summary statistics dashboard that stays up to date. So the link to this is in the app. As we can see, we've heard there's 246 participants now. It's continuing to grow. There's a strong global presence as well. This summary, in order to protect individual privacy and be compliant with HIPAA, we can't reveal a lot of detailed information in this summary dashboard. But this is here, this is helpful, and I know there's a lot of questions in the Shaw Gibbs Registry survey, but all of this data is mapped into the format that researchers need for it to be ready to publish. And that's what you see at the bottom here. These are some of the more prevalent symptoms that we see with Shaw Gibbs syndrome. And, you know, for instance, seizure, we talked about different studies showing different seizure rates. Well, this is what we have up to date from the largest global collection of Shaw Gibbs data is 31% seizure prevalence. This dashboard gets updated after every 3 new families join the registry. It'll be refreshed. In terms of the registry participation in general right now, there's 246. But if we include the wider swath of folks who've maybe learned about the registry, been interested in it, but maybe haven't finished, maybe have questions about the consent form or haven't finished their onboarding, that larger number that we're close to is almost approaching 300 now. And so it's exciting to see that. Next, on the Genial platform, you know, we've been focused a lot from the software development side of things of how can we make this as valuable as possible for families. For research, yes, also for families. And what we're going to be launching soon is Assistant, a chatbot that's integrated with the registry. And we'll be looking at the end of the talk. I'll put up a QR code during the break. If anyone would like to give feedback on this or be an early tester of the chatbot, that would be fantastic. And one more screen I had pulled up as well, too. There were some questions that had come up, and this is just to illustrate the value of the registry data about seizures and the age of onset and prevalence. And so I've hidden all the individual information here, but this is in the actual registry data, the distribution of what we see on age of onset of first seizure. This is filtered for the individuals that have reported having a seizure. There's a lot of valuable information in here that we are working to make it useful for research as well as for the individuals and families. So I've pulled up here our chatbot, which is in beta right now. This will be within the very near future, maybe as soon as a few weeks, if we can get enough good feedback early on. We can roll it out in the app. You'll see it on your mobile app. The view will look better than this. I just want to show you the functionality of the chatbot here. But this is, you know, what data, what context does this have? If you log into the app, there's background information about Shaw Gibbs syndrome. There's a database we pulled together of the latest research, some information about the Shaw Gibbs Society and resources that are available. That's available to the chatbot. It has guardrails, and so it just stays focused on really relevant topics. And it also has the summary information, the same type of information that's powering these public dashboards about all the participants in the registry, just aggregate summary information. And then the last piece is your personal information from when you fill out surveys and responses, that's all available too. And just a quick note about data privacy too. Genial was founded originally as a data privacy company. So we designed the chatbot so the data stays within the Genial app and environment. None of the data is being sent to OpenAI, to ChatGPT, or externally to Claude or any AI companies. It all stays in the HIPAA-compliant platform. But just to give you an idea of some of the ways that this might be useful, first, hey, what can you help me with? What can the chatbot do? You could explore your child's survey results, compare versus average statistics in the Shogibs community. And I really appreciate, this morning what Molly Wilkinson mentioned and others have emphasized of everyone's journey is unique and individual. Even if you have the same exact genetic variant, we're not expecting symptoms and presentation to be the same. But keeping that in mind, we believe information and knowledge is power and want to be able to share the summary information. So maybe you might ask, well, what is a registry? What's the purpose of a registry? Collecting comprehensive data, tracking patterns, enabling research. Okay, let's try this a little bit more. Can you tell me how my child's symptoms and data might compare with others in the registry? And by the way, what I'm showing right now on screen, this today is a simulated registry. So these are not the actual statistics you're seeing today. But when we launch soon, this will be able to give you up-to-date information on what the latest summary details are. Maybe you might want to know, does anything stand out from our data or my data? Maybe you have questions. What does hypotonia mean? The registry includes information about treatments that people are receiving for Shogib syndrome. Maybe you would like to hear summary information about different treatments that people are trying. Are there any treatments that we should be pursuing that we haven't tried? Here's a response that compares in this hypothetical example. Maybe your child's already receiving speech and language therapy, mobility, physical therapy, scoliosis treatment. But maybe there's some gaps where you could ask your physician about vision support beyond glasses or breathing or sleep support. And to wrap up, you can ask about your progress. Really, it's quite open-ended. It can share a lot of information. But something else we're interested in feedback too is we'd like to help make it easy for you to share information with maybe teachers. We've heard from other communities as well. Administrators at school, maybe when you're designing an IEP for your child or family member. We want to use this registry functionality to make it easy for you to create a report that you can share with others. So in this information, here's a report that you could share with a teacher. It'll make it sound less medical, right? We can change what it sounds like. And maybe you're going to see a new physical therapist and you want a more clinically oriented summary or report. Just sharing that information we hope will be valuable to the community. So last of all, there is a quick form if you are interested in just being an early user to try this out and give feedback. We want to make sure this is useful. We want to hear from you. This is free to demo, and we want to make this as accessible as possible. So if you are interested, feel free to talk to me. Otherwise, you can scan this and answer a couple questions, and we can add you to the list of folks to get set up to try this out in the early stages. So thanks, everyone, and I appreciate the chance to come.
was the summer of 26, a time when every bite was savored. Days were filled with roller grills and brain freezes, and evenings were spent cruising with big Qs in cup holders. What came next was the quick trip craving that would change our taste buds forever. This is the story of Summerhood and what it means to savor it. Featuring a whole QT sub and Coca-Cola for $8. Because summer isn't just a season, it's a Summerhood. Snag this $8 deal at a QT near you for a limited time.
You're never just one thing. You're the boss. Hey Google, when's my next meeting? The athlete. That class wrecks me. And their mom. Everyone in. The all-new Mazda CX-5. More to move every side of you.
Google is a trademark of Google LLC, sequences shortened and simulated.
Every Mazda SUV offers you an elevated driving experience and refined performance. Discover it at Denton Mazda.
Turn up your favorite songs and get into the zone with ad-free music listening. Enjoy 2 months of premium for just $6.99.
Okay, we're about to start. If we can get all the audio visuals in place. Are we able to get Dr. Oro's screen up? Okay, I hope everyone online can hear properly. We've had a wonderful morning and then I think a very stimulating first science session, and now we have our 3 external speakers from different time zones. We're very grateful for them presenting virtually. Our first one is Dr. Tony Oro from Stanford, who is an expert in skin development and has published on the role of AHTC1 in early development, and looking forward to his presentation. Thank you. Take it away, please, Tony, if you're all lined up. We're not quite lined up, apparently.
And is the YouTube working okay?
Just about. I think we're nearly there.
Okay. So while we're getting that set up, I just wanted to thank everyone for, especially for the invitation to speak at this amazing meeting. Also wanted to thank all of especially Dr. Gibbs and his crew that organized this meeting as well, for all of us as we learn, but also most importantly for the partnership with the patients and their families, because this is what the goal of what we're all doing the research for, is to basically understand and try to make the patient lives better. That's our goal as well. And so we want to thank you for coming together, joining the registry, because that's how we learn about this disease. And so there we go. So what I want to do now is is talk about the work from our lab. I'll share our presentation here. And let's see, can everyone see that okay?
Yeah, we have good slides and good audio, thank you.
Great. So as Dr. Gibbs had mentioned earlier in the science session, and all of us, this particular gene, HCC1, which is the basis of the Shaw-Gibbs syndrome, is really not seen in model systems like flies and worms. It's a later evolutionary adaptation which allows more human-specific traits to basically be modified. And it's this system that's broken in Shaw-Gibbs syndrome. And so really the goal for all of us is to understand how to model those systems in patients, because we can't use the typical model systems like bacteria, flies, and worms, which all of us have done in the past. And so the goal of our lab really is to try to model Shaw-Gibbs syndrome in relevant systems. We heard earlier today about blood, and we'll hear a little bit more about the brain, and also I'll tell you about skin, because as a dermatologist and as one of the heads of the Stem Cell Institute here at Stanford, we think the skin is a useful model system for a lot of both brain and muscle and adipose tissue, which are seen in Shaw-Gibbs syndrome. And so just first, I want to thank as well as I thank the patients. This is the group of talented individuals in my lab, and most of this is also collaboration with Professor Ana Cresci in Sao Paulo, and you'll hear from Isa after this. And so really the goal we're trying to figure out is that this disease affects all of the embryonic tissues, ectoderm, mesoderm, and with mostly heterozygous phenotypes, as we've heard today. But how can we understand what the basis of this disease is using these model systems, and then predict their outcomes for patient care, but also to use human model systems as a model. We heard from Daniel today about a precision therapy, about how we might be able to use these model systems to basically develop precision therapies to correct the defects. And so just like in the brain and other tissues in the muscle, the skin there's a region-specific skin phenotype. So basically, when genes are turned on, every system in your body, every cell in your body has a particular location. And so here, in the face, for example, the nose and eyes and face and jaw is specifically organized. And so when we have slight abnormalities in the transcription of genes which are encoding this particular location in the body, then you get craniofacial abnormalities, you get also skin abnormalities. And so these are some of my favorite organisms here. But for example, in this fish on the lower right here, that's basically from Tasmania, that grows in the kelp bed. Each of these little kelp is actually a skin feature, which has a specific GPS system in the body. And so what we understand is that this regional GPS in the body and brain is an interaction between the brain cells on the surface, for example, and the underlying cells underneath that tells the overlying surface where it is in the body, whether it's on your fingernail or your toe or the tip of your nose, and then how that cell is supposed to develop normally. And so the point for today is that the tissue underneath or next to the brain or underneath the skin basically tells the surface, the tissue overlying it, like brain and skin, what to do. And so your body is actually segmented into different parts, and each of those in the DNA, in the nucleus, there's a specific pattern that's basically encoded for each of the different parts of your body, which is pretty amazing. The HTC1 gene has come on later during development, in sort of higher in verb and basically jawed fish and above, because our bodies are so complicated compared to lower organisms that these complicated animals, we needed a much more complicated system, antenna, to basically tell us in the body what's happening. And so this is the classic example where you can take, for example, the underlying mesoderm of the foot, and you put it underneath the surface skin tissue of, for example, the top of the head, and you get feathers or hair. And if you take the underlying GPS mesoderm of, for example, the scalp, and you put it under the skin of the hand, you get hairy palms. So this tells you that there's this, again, this GPS of left, right, anterior, posterior, dorsal, ventral, and it tells it when and where to develop. And so now just with this HTC-1 is part of this regional GPS system. And so the question is, can we develop model systems to understand how this GPS system works in the nucleus, and then also how mutations in Shaw-Gibbs syndrome mess it up. And then also, as Dr. Gibbs had mentioned earlier, and also today in the morning, understanding how this works will help us to develop therapies, basically predict disease. And also, for example, we heard this morning about the percent of epilepsy in terms of the mutations, but also how we might be able to treat it, because we can use these human model systems as targets for therapy. And as we mentioned, again, we use these induced pluripotent cells, these stem cells, where we can take tissues from the body, basically a single cell actually from the body. We can then make induced pluripotent cells. We can either correct them with genome technology that we talked about earlier today, or we can then make model systems to understand how organs basically develop either normally or abnormally, and then hopefully then develop therapies for that. And that's really the whole goal of our scientific community on the Shaw-Gibbs syndrome, is really how can we develop specific therapies for these diseases. And so just for example, we can take iPS-derived skin organoids and model Shaw-Gibbs syndrome, HTC-1. This basically on the top outlines basically, this was published a couple years ago, or we can then take a single cell from the patient's body, make an iPS cell, and these are up here what they look like. They're beautiful cells, and they can make any tissue in the body that's specific for the patient. And then we can then basically develop beautiful skin down here after about 60 days. But if we make HTC-1, or we name this protein gibbon, this gibbon mutant iPS cells, we differentiate them to skin. And what happens is that this is a wild type skin up here on the upper left, and on the upper right, you can see that if the skin doesn't know where it is in the body because the underlying mesoderm is defective, then it basically just blows up and does not know what to do. If you then take the defective epidermis and then put underneath it a wild type GPS system, now it'll actually form normally. And that was actually the tissues that basically helped us understand that really the way they know where they are and how to organize is through basically these interactions. And so now we need to use tissue organoids to really understand how HTC-1 and Shaw-Gibbs syndrome defects happen, because it's not really in one cell. It's basically a communication between the different tissues. We can use mouse models. Now, Dr. Gibbs mentioned that it's really hard to develop a mouse model. We basically took great pains to make these model system mutants. And then again, you can see that the epidermis here is actually defective down the lower middle panel here, where normally you see this big green effects, but down below, you can see that it's really, the skin doesn't know where it is, and it basically blows up. Just to get to what happens, as we talked about, basically the developmental and timing position, this is in the nucleus, you can see that the protein we call gibbon basically is an interpreter of positional and timing information from these enhancer proteins here, these in blue. So these blue proteins basically tell the cell where and when the body happens, where they are in the space, when they're supposed to differentiate. And this gibbon protein basically sits there and then basically interprets the information and then tells the gene when and where to turn on. And so the whole goal of the field now is to understand how this unlocks the system going forward. And so what we're doing is using patient organoids generated from the kind donations that you've made to the Shaw-Gibbs Syndrome Society, where we can take basically your cells, We can make induced pluripotent cells here, develop tissue organoid models for skin, brain, and adipose tissue, and then develop those for therapy, prediction, and also, for example, as we've heard today, prime and base editors. And so just to give you an example, this work from Igor Sedov, incredibly talented postdoc in our lab, where we can then take the induced pluripotent cells and we can make entire skin organoids that make hair and skin and adipose tissue in about 85 days. And if we do that, you can see this is unpublished data from Igor, where you can make here these human iPS-derived fetal organoids at day 85. This is what a wild-type skin organ looks like. You can see here's the hair growing out and the beautiful skin in green. And in the knockout mouse, in knockout iPS cells, you can see that there's no hair, and there's basically all there is this sheet of cells, and they grow very small. And we think this is giving us clues about how it's working in both the adipose tissue and brain. And so we think we're really excited about using these, basically these are wild type patient iPS cells. And then this is kind of what it looks like. This looks very similar to the mouse, where you can see, and these are entire human fetal organoids, the skin and the ectoderm, and then there's supposed to be no hair down here, and in the mutant, there's no hair. And so what can we do? We can actually then now take, and this is again in collaboration with Anna Cresci's lab at the University of Sao Paulo and Dr. Gibbs' lab at Baylor, where we can take wild type, the knockout, and then basically the patient-derived iPS cells from patients, and then compare. And we can see that how close the wild type induced pluripotent cells model both the knockout and the patient mutant induced pluripotent cells, and then start to look at very deep details. And these are basically entire human fetal organoids from these iPS cells. So these are, again, this is work done by Igor Sedov. So I think this is really an exciting avenue where we're basically in partnership with you in terms of, and the registry understanding the phenotypes and how we can compare them to our organoids. And then again, in the future, to basically model any types of either therapies or the hope would be to use these new base editing technologies to basically correct the diseases and use these as basically clinical trials in a dish. And so with that, I just want to again thank you, the patients, and the Shaw Gibbs Society for the partnership with us. We're here to serve you and to understand and basically use all the data you provide to basically help us understand and make both predictions, therapies, and model systems to basically help develop therapies in the future. And again, I'll thank our collaboration with Anna Cresci in Sao Paulo as well. So I'll stop sharing there, and then I'll wait for the discussion at the end.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oro. Any quick questions before we'll have time in the longer discussion? But I think, what I see is, I think the very first time there is actually a cellular model which could be used to test other agents. And that's an amazing development.
And I think that's the beauty of the induced pluripotent cell technology that all of us are in the society are trying to use. I think we can do screens of therapies, and also with the hope of eventually using it to model appropriate genetic editing technologies.
Thank you. Let's move on to our next speaker, and we will have some time to come back at the end of the third talk. Dr. Remo Sangus in Trieste. I was privileged to visit a year or so ago, has published with his students some beautiful work on transcriptional analysis, and he is also in the latest time zone that we will be working with today. So thank you very much, Remo, for staying up late to talk to the group. We look forward to hearing your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Richard. And can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you clearly, and if you share your presentation.
I start to share the presentation. Okay. Thank you for the invitation. I'm honored to be here. I
Yes.
start to share the presentation.
Yeah,
Is that okay?
we see it clearly. Thank you, Remo.
So I'm going to give you a brief overview of what we are doing in my lab to try to understand what's the influence that the HTC1 has on the transcriptional output of the cells. My lab has been established in CISA in Trieste in 2020, and then I'm initially as a computational genomics lab, so I was very much interested in analyzing big chunk of data. But then, for personal reason, mainly because my family is very close to the family of one of the child with the Shia Gibbs, and I got introduced to the Shia Gibbs Italian association and the problems that they are facing. And I have the luck also of having a very good, big, nice lab with students that are very, very interested and motivated for studying IHTC1. So we set up a small molecular biology and cellular biology lab with the idea of starting to study HTC1 and what's its impact in the transcription of the cells. This is because it's basically coming from my historical scientific interest, from which I'm very much interested in knowing the processes regulating the transcription. So how from the DNA we get the production of the mRNA from the cells, and especially with regards to the poorly understood portion of the genome, all those regions that were thought to be kind of junk at the very beginning of our knowledge on the feature of the genome, and also what are all the processes that regulate the transcription. And so IHTC1 came out as a rather interesting and poorly understood gene as soon as I came across it with my knowledge, and we started to study it a bit. As also has already been explained, AHTC1 is a rather recent gene. It is appeared 450 million years ago in the jawed vertebrates, which is a kind of interesting evolutionary position, because this is exactly let's say, the moment in the evolution in which myelin also evolved and appeared. Its structure on the genome also is rather interesting, because it is a single coding exon gene with also other exons that are non-coding, but this structure has been conserved in 450 million years of evolution. So there's no species that are actually demonstrating the presence of introns within this coding exon, which might also tell us something about the importance at the genomic level of this gene. In addition, this is also positionally conserved between the two genes that are always found at these flanking regions in all the species that we have sequenced so far in the vertebrate branch. As Richard already said, let's say AHTC1 is predicted to be an intrinsically disordered protein, and this is very important because in addition to tell us that it's very difficult to study, and it will be very difficult to study, intrinsically disordered proteins are important and are known for have a strong propensity to phase separate. In this plot, basically, we are just reporting the propensity of HTC1 along the whole length of the protein with two different prediction tools. And we obtained the result that the prediction tell us that the propensity of HTC1 for undergo phase separation is something that is very, very high, actually is higher than the 90% of the protein of the human genome. Why phase separation is so important? It is because Phase separation is a very important process that happens within the cells in, let's say, macromolecular crowded environment, where there's molecules that, according to their local concentration, can form droplets clusters, like when you put oil in water. No? And these droplets can create compartments, temporary compartments and very dynamic compartments that can concentrate specific protein and RNA in a specific place in the cells, and which helps the cells to organize and speed up important processes that must be dynamic without building permanent structures. This is very important. It is also tell us something about the potential functions and activity of AHTC1. The other very interesting and important things for us regarding AHTC1 is that there's many evidences from large-scale protein-protein interaction studies that suggest that the AHTC1 might be really important and associated to heterochromatin. Heterochromatin is let's say, a portion of the genome that is rather compact, and this compactness of the genome is something that is really important for the regulation of transcription, for the organization of the genome within the nucleus, and for putting in communication different portions of the genome, like also Professor Oro has been explaining us before. And indeed, one of the results that is telling us that AHTC1 might be important for heterochromatin is specifically coming from him. From these studies, what came out is that AHTC1 seems to be among the most significant possible interactors of what we call CBX1 and CBX5 are two different proteins of the HP1 complex that is one of the master regulator of the heterochromatin. So, and what we have done during this year is to check and finally to demonstrate by overexpressing AHTC1 flag in SHSY5Y cell line. It's a cell line coming from a neuroblastoma. We have demonstrated that AHTC1 co-localizes with HP1 alpha and beta, basically CBX1 and 3. This for us also is important and interesting because we got that in our cell line, 80% of overexpressed AHTC1 flag co-localize with this protein complex HP1, which really tell us that this might be important for the chromatin organization. Another observation that we did by screening large-scale databases is that AHTC1 is ubiquitously expressed and also expressed throughout the life of the organism. So here there's the report of the level of expression of AHTC1 in many different tissues and cell lines from the GTX repository. And you can see that it is never zero. It is always expressed in any cell types with the highest expression in the brain, actually in the cerebellum and in the skin. The other important things for us is that AHTC1 result expressed through the life of individuals. This is the these are data from a database where we have gene expression from blood of normal individual in different ages. And we can see that although it's variable, but again, AHTC1 is always expressed. So our question at this point is that if this is always expressed and it is expressed everywhere, what's the impact of AHTC1 on the transcription of the whole cells? Considering that it is important, probably we have several evidences of its expression and of its possible function of regulation regarding the chromatin and regarding the regulation of expression in specific points. We started to ask what's the impact of AHTC1 when we can knock down, let's say, its expression on the output of the cells. So we started with a very simple and cheap also system. We have been studying the transcription of SHSY5Y cell line in control cells, so cells where basically were behaving normally, and in cells where we have simply silenced the level of expression of HDC1 by using two different siRNA. In this case, we got a reduction in the expression of HDC1 of about 50%. Our idea was just to try to understand which could be the targets of HDC1, independently by any kind of specific mutation, just by lowering down its level of expression. And after this 26 hours of the transient silencing, we have been collecting the samples and sequencing them for measuring the level of expression of the entire transcript. Our results were a bit unexpected because this was a system very, very simple, where we have simply downregulated the expression of HDC1 for 72 hours. We weren't expecting to see a very big number of genes changing, but what we got was the opposite. Actually, we got several thousands of genes that were differentially expressed in the cells in which HDC1 has been silenced, both with the two different siRNA. Usually you use more than one siRNA for avoid to select off targets. So let's say responsive genes that are not really related to the downregulation of the specific gene that you are doing. But both siRNA were kind of coherent and concordant. They were positively correlating, and more than 1,000 genes were actually responding in the same direction by both the silencing. These 1,000 genes that were commonly responding by the two silencing, they were also enriched for interesting and rather specific features. We found particularly interesting that the upregulated genes were enriched for being MYC targets, and actually MYC is a very important transcription factor that regulate many processes within the cells, related also to metabolism and to proliferation. And the other thing that was also somehow reassuring us that our approach was kind of correct with also the results that we were looking at is that the most significant, let's say, drug that result enriched among the targets of the downregulated genes is the retinoic acid. We know, thanks to the work by Professor Oro, that actually HDC1 is responsive to the retinoic acid. So it's important to see in our system that when we downregulate HDC1, the downregulated genes are actually enriched for be responsive to retinoic acid. Also, we have studied other functional, have been looking for other functional enrichments between the two siRNA sets of genes that were responding, and we also find coherent results that were telling us two important things. The first is that the upregulated genes, so genes that go up when HDC1 is downregulated, are enriched for genes being involved in ribosome biogenesis, while the downregulated ones are enriched for being functioning in the extracellular structures. We went a bit deeper on this, and we went to look at the level of expression. Here you can see for the two siRNA, the differential expression level, the negative on the left in blue and the positive on the right in red, of all the ribosomal protein genes. These are all the proteins that are working to be part to constitute the ribosomes within the cell. And we had a strong results that there is a strong upregulation that is interesting almost all the genes that are associated to ribosomal proteins when we knock down AHTC1 in our cellular system. We gave a look to the beautiful, let's say, time course, differentiation time course that has been made publicly available from the Professor Oro work, where they have differentiated human embryonic stem cells in induced keratinocytes and taking the samples to measure the expression level of the whole transcriptome after 7 days, 50 days of the induction of differentiation. As expected, and the very initial step, ribosomal genes in this plot, there's the level of expression of all the ribosomal protein coding genes. In blue, there is the expression in the wild type cells line, and in red, in the mutated cell lines. In the embryonic stem cells, the expression of ribosomal protein genes is very, very high because those cells are really, let's say, proliferating very fast, and transcription is generally much more relaxing. As soon as differentiation is induced, so there's the cells go towards commitment, there's necessarily a reduction in the transcriptional level of these ribosomal protein coding genes because cells needs less energy, cells needs less material because they are proliferating less, they need to start to differentiate. And so these genes goes down, and they go down during the phase of commitment in both the wild type and the mutant cell lines. But what we found very interesting, and that somehow resemble what we have been looking in our cell lines, is that when cells differentiate, again, let's say the downregulation with respect to the stem cell stage of the ribosomal protein coding genes is not anymore maintained in the mutant AHTC1 cell lines. So it seems that there is a problem in maintaining the expression of the ribosomal protein coding genes at a level that is needed for cells that are differentiated. We found this very interesting. Why is this? Because ribosomes are really important in our cells. They are the machines that build up proteins from the mRNA. So we have been studying what happens to the mRNA when we knock down AHTC1. And what is coming out is that ribosome, which are the cellular machinery that is made by protein and mRNA that can produce the proteins translating a single mRNA, are really changing something. And this is important because it's very important for the cells, for the function of the nervous system, for the function of any kind of system within the organism, because these are the cellular machinery of the cells, and without them, or with a dysregulated ribosomal activity, there might be issues and problems. At this stage, we also start to ask, okay, we have seen these changes downstream of the silencing of AHTC1 that go towards translation and so protein production. But is this happening because the perturbation of AHTC1 is causing some kind of regulatory impact on the genome, and so these thousands of genes that change the transcriptional level are being regulated in a different way? The question was natural also because Professor Oro has demonstrated that during differentiation, if AHTC1 is mutated, there's a big impact on DNA methylation. And so what we did, knowing this, is that in our cell system, we have been performing methylation microarray, comparing the control cells, so the wild type cells, against the cells in which AHTC1 has been silenced. And also because we have seen that the AHTC1 colocalize and therefore probably interact with the AHP1, we have been doing chromatin immunoprecipitation, comparing again the silenced AHTC1 cell lines with the control ones. We got from the DNA methylation analysis that there's no differential methylation following AHTC1 silencing. We don't see anything changing at a significant level in terms of DNA methylation, which is interesting. It is in the line of the fact that we are simply reducing the level of expression of AHTC1 for 72 hours. So these changes that we see in the level of expression are probably not being caused by a strong impact on the methylation of the DNA within the cells. But we also did not find any kind of significant difference in the binding of HP1 to the genome for both CBX5 and CBX1. So two of the proteins that are probably colocalizing with the AHTC1 and are part of the HP1 complex are not changing their binding if we downregulate the expression of AHTC1. We are going on this. We are doing other experiments. So far, what I am being allowed to tell you from my student is all of this. So the conclusion are that AHTC1 perturbation or mutation, they affect the transcription of a high number of genes, even at the steady state. And this, for sure, we have seen in immortalized SHSY5Y cell lines. Among the differentially expressed genes, those that are related to ribosome biogenesis and translation are strongly enriched. And ribosomal protein coding genes result coherently and homogeneously upregulated also in a population of induced keratinocyte with mutation in AHTC1. Our plans for the future, we have been lucky in being funded by a small seed grant from the Teleton Foundation, and we are also, let's say, in touch. And in the past, we have been funded by the Shia Gibbs Italian Association. I have PhD students that are really motivated to work on AHTC1, and by putting together also funding from the CISA and the IIT, the Italian Institute of Technology, we are now planning to proceed in a direction where, after having generated our preliminary results, so we have cellular models that have been established, and recently we also have been generating 5 cell lines, the cell lines from 5 family of the Shia Gibbs families, that we are going to work and to put in the study together with the SHSY5Y cell line for doing in parallel exactly the same analysis. What we want to do, first of all, is to look for a common AHTC1 loss signature. And for this, we are going to work in the lab by doing cellular and molecular biology approaches to look at the translation, to look at proliferation and metabolism of the cells. Also, we are trying to set up imaging experiments. The other thing would be now to understand whether at the level of the genome in our steady state system, there's really no changes at all. And therefore we are planning to do whole genome bisulfite sequencing to look at DNA methylation, not only at the level of the region that can be appreciated by making a microarray, but at the whole genome at the single base, single nucleotide resolution. We are going to perform ATAC-seq. For all this, we have funding, and also I-see to look at the 3-dimensional organization and changes of the genome in the situation in which we perturb AHTC1 or within the cell lines of the patients. Another interesting thing is that we have designed candidate sign-up Sign Up is an interesting platform for trying to rescue the silencing of HCC1, for trying to understand whether the mutation can cause loss of function or gain of function, and also for trying to do something at the translational level, in the sense that synapses are synthetic RNA that can increase at the physiological level the translation of a specific target mRNA. And we are actually using this technology for different diseases, try to rescue the phenotype, to try to ameliorate the phenotypes. And in case of loss of function, they actually are very, very, very promising. So we are starting to test this in our cell lines, and we will be happy to see something useful coming out. I have to thank lots of people. In general, I have also to thank a lot people from the Italian Shia Gibbs Association, in addition to my students and collaborators from the Italian Institute of Technology, University of Trieste, and the Teleton Institute of Genetics and Medicine. Thank you very much.
Remo, that was terrific, and I do hope you can stay awake a little longer for the general discussion after our last talk. But I want to ask you a quick question maybe to think about. So is it possible that the ribosomal RNA processing is simply arrested in the nucleolus, and that is making you think there is upregulation of all of the ribosomal RNA genes, and so there's normal production, but it's just held up, and then it depletes rapidly when you release the block, and that's where the malady is.
Yes, I think nucleolus is important, and that's coming out also from what you show in the article where you show the localization of the overexpressed target AHDC1 in with the different mutations. Clearly, nucleosome is a membraneless organelle, so it is something that is really dynamic, and it is kept, it is maintained by very, very quick and fast interactions between protein and RNA. It is probably something to go to see and to look at, but I think that, yes, down-regulating AHDC1 or interfering with it is something that is probably having an impact on the whole transcription related to the ribosomal biogenesis, and therefore interesting also the nucleus.
Thank you. Well, we better move on to our last speaker, but then we can come back in discussion for a little bit of brief revisit. Thank you, Remo.
Thank you so much.
Our last speaker is Maisa Senes, and forgive me for my not exactly pronouncing your name correctly, Maisa, but she's a student with Dr. Krikepke, and you can correct all that, Maisa, but she's calling in from Brazil, and where they have been working on some of the models you've already heard something about. So with that, please go ahead with your screen sharing and presentation, Maisa.
Okay, great. Can you all see my screen?
Yep, we have your.
Okay.
We have your
Perfect.
screen.
So
and
thank you for.
It's all good.
Thank you for the introduction. So my name is Maisa Senes. You pronounced it great. I'm a second-year PhD student in University of São Paulo in Brazil. Unfortunately, my advisor couldn't be here today, Dr. Ana Krepski, but I'll be representing our lab, and I thank you for the invite, and I'm happy to be here and explain a little bit what we've been doing regarding Shia-Gibbs syndrome, and with a specific focus on neurodevelopment. So just a quick overview of my presentation today. I'll do a brief introduction and talk about our Brazilian cohort, and then what we've been working on trying to understand clinical variability, and also our zebrafish and our cellular models. So we are based in São Paulo, at the University of São Paulo, and we first started working with Shea-Gibbs syndrome at Dr. Laura's PhD project under the advising of Dr. Carla Rosenberg. Right now, Dr. Anna Krepsky is leading the research on Shea-Gibbs syndrome, and besides myself, we have 5 other masters and undergraduate students working on Shea-Gibbs syndrome as well. So the main goals in our lab are to first understand Shea-Gibbs syndrome variability, clinical variability, and the second is to uncover the molecular mechanisms of Shea-Gibbs syndrome, meaning how a variant in the AHDC1 gene leads to the clinical signs that we see, with a specific focus on neurodevelopment. Our Brazilian cohort, right now, we have 20 patients. Here are the photographs of the one we do have the consent to share. And they are mainly from the south and southeast region of Brazil. We do have some patients in the central and the southeast, the northeast, sorry, regions as well. And we're always trying to expand. So we have a cohort representative of our country. And last year, we published a paper describing clinically and molecularly 16 of the now 20 patients we have. What we saw was that they all had different AHDC1 variants, and they shared the core clinical signs for Shea-Gibbs syndrome, such as intellectual disability, global developmental delay, hypotonia. But overall, what we see is that they have a pretty high clinical variability, just like we see in every other patient diagnosed with Shea-Gibbs syndrome. In our cohort, we found that 70% of our patients had what we are calling hyperphagia or food obsession, and that they seem to have a lack of satiety, so they exhibit an increased food intake and also a behavior of constant search for food, but that also expands to ingesting not edible things and having a high preference for activities related to food and culinary TV shows, etc. And that seems really interesting for us because we have a high prevalence of this behavior in our cohort, and we haven't really seen reports of that for other cohorts in other countries. We also saw that around 50% of our patients had shortening of the Achilles tendons, sometimes requiring surgery. And also 50% of them had genitalia and or gonad alterations. But if we look specifically at male patients, 7 out of 8 patients had some kind of genitalia and gonad alteration, mainly cryptorchidism. And finally, we observed developmental regression in 4 of our patients, so 25%. And that developmental regression is the loss of an ability they once had, so either a cognitive or a motor ability. And as previously mentioned in another presentation, in 2021, the Baylor Group published a paper where they suggested an association between scoliosis and epilepsy being more prevalent in patients with variants in the first half of the gene or the coding sequence of the gene. And what we did in this paper was join our cohort with theirs cohort, totaling 50 patients, and we did a statistical analysis that showed that the prevalence of scoliosis and epilepsy or seizures among patients with these variants mapped to the first half of the gene was around 3 times higher than for patients with variants of the second half. So expanding this clinical study, we're now looking at the clinical variability because it is really expressive among Shea-Gibbs syndrome patients. So Larissa Moreira, in her master's project, she's reanalyzing the exome sequencing exams they have, the DNA sequencing exams, to look for additional variants in additional genes that might explain better the clinical signs that we see. So that's because everyone has many different variants, genetic variants. That's totally normal. That's what makes us different from one another. So she's trying to see if we can understand better where all this clinical variability is coming from. So for instance, I brought to you our patient number 3. He's the only one in our cohort that has ADHD and also some sleep alterations. And what Larissa found was a genetic variant in the CRY1 gene, or CRY1 gene, which is the main repressor of the circadian cycle. And the circadian cycle is the main responsible for our sleep patterns. And it has also been associated with ADHD. So in this context, we think that these two phenotypes, the ADHD and these sleep alterations, are most likely explained by the CRY1 gene variant rather than the ADHD1 gene variant. Now going into our second objective, which is understanding the molecular mechanism of Shia-Gibb syndrome, we have developed a zebrafish model. And right now working on this model is Davi Fialho, another master's student in our lab. First, I just wanted to do a quick introduction as to why zebrafish is so widely used as a model for genetic diseases and also more specifically neurodevelopment. And that's because the embryos are developed outside the mother's body and the whole development process is pretty quick. And the embryos are transparent, so that enables us to observe at real time the neurodevelopment happening. Also, zebrafish have a high genetic similarity with humans and a conserved brain architecture, so that enables us to make comparisons, to trace parallels between zebrafish and humans. The model was also developed during Dr. Laura's PhD project, and that was achieved using CRISPR-Cas9, which is a gene editing technology, to introduce a variant in the AHDC1 gene of the zebrafish. We were able to get animals with one copy altered, so a heterozygous animals, or two copies altered, both copies altered, homozygous animals, and they're all viable and fertile. With the collaboration of Sofia Farias, another master student in our lab, they did a time-lapse experiment where they took photos of every genotype, 3 animals of each genotype, every hour for 96 hours. And they saw between the 24 hours post-fertilization and 31 hours post-fertilization that the embryos had a delay in pigmentation, both body pigmentation and retinal pigmentation. And that's more obvious in the homozygous animals, but they're also observed that in the heterozygous animals. But that delay was then recovered by 40 hours post-fertilization. And if we look at the embryonic origins of the cells responsible for pigmentation, body and retinal pigmentation, they come from the neural plate and the neural crest. So that makes a direct link with neurodevelopment, and right now we are deepening our studies in this aspect to try to understand better what's happening here and what clues this zebrafish model is giving us to understand what's happening in humans. And now for the cellular models. So as I said, our main objective is to understand neurodevelopment, and so we are focused on neurons. But how do we get neurons from patients? And we do that with a technique called reprogramming. So we collect blood from our patients, we extract specific cells from the blood, and we do a technique called reprogramming, where we make the cells go back in time, kind of, so they can regain their potential as a stem cell. So we call them induced pluripotent stem cells because they are able to give rise to every single cell type in our body, including neurons, which is our main focus. So we are able to do that for 13 individuals with Shia-Gibb syndrome. We have the 3 first lines published by Laudas, and we've developed the other 10 lines. We're working on publishing that. I just wanted to bring to you some photos. So this is what an IPS looks like. The cells, they grow close together and they form these colonies with round edges. And this is what our patient lines look like. So you can't really see the cells, identify them individually, but you see the colony and the round edges. So morphologically, there's no difference right now at this stage, comparing to what we would expect from control cells. And what I'm working on right now is neurodifferentiating these cells, so make these stem cells become neurons. We are not only interested in neurons, but we're also interested in the whole process that makes stem cells become neurons. So we're also studying an intermediate cell stage called neurostem cells. And I wanted to, I'm doing that right now, so I don't have any data to show you from this stage of the project, but I did bring to you what we see commonly in other neurodevelopmental disorders, which is guiding our studies. So we're going to look at the same things and see if we are able to identify the same things in Shia-Gibbs syndrome patient-derived neurons. So for instance, neurons are, one of the main characteristics of neurons is that they have these branches. And commonly in neurodevelopmental disorders, the number of branches is altered, the thickness of the branches, and other common characteristics. So we're going to look at that to see if morphologically we see these differences. But as we've seen here in the other presentations, the AHDC1 gene encodes the gibbon protein, and the gibbon protein acts on other genes and other proteins. So in other genes, it is regulating whether the production of the protein is higher or lower, if it's on or off. So with that regulator, master regulator of transcription characteristics of the gibbon protein, we're not only looking at the AHDC1 gene and the gibbon protein, but we're also having, we're going to do a global analysis looking at every gene and their activity, how they are altered. And also, as previously mentioned, gibbon acts on DNA methylation and the structure of DNA. So we'll also be looking at that in the neurostem cells and neurons. So that's mainly what I had to talk to you about. I'd just like to do some quick acknowledgements. First, to the Brazilian patients and their families. They've been great in the whole process. They've been really collaborative. And everybody at the Human Genetic Laboratory, especially people who are directly involved in the AHDC1 research. Dr. Luciana Maradadi from the Functional Genomics Laboratory, she's my co-advisor and great help. And some people from the Developmental Genetics Laboratory helping us with the development of our cellular models. And last but not least, our funding agencies, because they make all of this possible. So yeah, thank you. And I think we're open to questions.
So thank you, Maisa. Yeah, so it's fascinating, I think, that you do see some semblance of a phenotype in the homozygous fish, but it's definitely not there in the heterozygous fish, correct?
It is just more subtle, but it is there.
You believe it's present, huh? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
We're open for questions from anyone who wants to come in. I'll keep going with one more, which is really, is the kind of dysregulation of the epidermal layer that Dr. Oro showed consistent with the morphology of the cortical neurons that Maisa showed in the iPSC model? Does that all make sense in terms of the perceived role that, I guess I'll ask the question of Dr. Oro, the role that you see AHDC1 playing, that would be the kind of aberration you would see in the differentiated cortical neurons in the iPSC model from Maisa?
Thanks for that. That's a great question. I think also, as Remo sees as well, I think that the HDC1 protein is a master regulator of transcription, and it regulates the timing and the differentiation of many different cells in many different tissues. But the ones we're seeing in the patients are the most sensitive ones, which are the neurons and some of the skin ectodermal functions and muscle. But they're affecting as Remo showed, as Dr. Sung showed, every cell probably in the body. And so, but I think that they're totally consistent that every cell probably is responding slightly differently to the environmental signals that are mediated by the protein. That's what makes it so tough to understand, because it's not just a very specific effect on only one tissue, it's an effect on all tissues.
Thank you. Maisa, are you comfortable with that, or you want to add to that, I should say?
Yeah, I think it's the same line. We do know that for the development of the whole nervous system, the brain and the neuroectoderm, we do need signaling from mesoderm. So my take is that we will probably see some alterations in the mesoderm that will therefore affect the development of the neurons that we see at the end.
Thanks. And we have this overarching question of haploinsufficiency versus gain of function. I wonder if each of you would like to opine on your current thinking about that dilemma, because you all know all the evidence. Maybe we could start with Remo and then Tony and Maisa. Remo, do you have any thoughts on haploinsufficiency versus gain of function at this time?
I can start with the question about there is an article where they have published the mouse, and that is the mouse has a deletion in heterozygosis of the entire coding exon, and so that in that article they got viable mice, but they are obese. So it's the article from a Chinese group where they say that AHTC1 is a master regulator of obesity. So first of all, what do you think of that? And if you really trust in that data, I think there might be something to consider, because at this point we would have two mice, let's say, models. One is the one generated by Professor Oro, where there is a small deletion, should be about 14 nucleotides. And those mice are not viable, not even in heterozygosis, okay? And there is the other mouse where the deletion is the entire coding exon, and therefore you don't get, ideally you don't get any protein. So if both of these models are true, are correct, are okay, we can consider this to be a kind of supportive evidence that maybe it is mostly a gain of function, let's say. I don't know what you think about that.
No, well, let's go around the table. Dr. Oro?
I don't want to get in trouble with either Maisa or Remo or you, Richard. So I think as a geneticist, every cell in the body has a different requirement for the gene. And so I think it's that the phenotypes are so vast, in part because they are both, there's both haploinsufficiency, meaning a partial loss of function in many tissues, and also in some tissues, it's a dominant gain of function where basically the truncated protein is basically interrupting the usual way. And so I think, and also I can tell you from some of the studies we've been doing as well, that the genetic background plays a huge role in the phenotype expression. And so you can even take, and we can see that in some of the, and this is where I think we'd love to discuss, I think Maisa can basically probably talk about this as well as the patient registry. The same allele, the same variant in different families can be very differently expressed in terms of the phenotype. We see this in other rare genetic diseases of the skin, and I can go into details where the same allele basically in has a different genetic background, it has a completely different phenotype. So I think there's not just, we have to think about not only haploinsufficiencies versus dominant gain of function, but also the effect of genetic background on the phenotype.
Thank you. Maisa?
I think currently in our lab, we're mostly working with the dominant negative effect. We do think that truncated proteins, because we're mainly working with patient cells, we do think that the truncated proteins are being produced and they do play an important role. And I also think that's what Oro said, that it depends on the context, in the cellular context. So we might be seeing different, now that we're focusing on working with neurons, which is a relative cell type for our study, neurodevelopment, we might see something different, but we are also trying to look specifically at the truncated protein. I mean, we've done some studies, and we've seen that there is production, the mRNA, the mature mRNA from the truncated allele is there. We were able to identify them in all iPSCs, and also, so we think that that might be a major function. Also, in zebrafish, although the delay in pigmentation phenotype that I showed is more subtle on the heterozygous, we've done a transcriptomics experiment, and overall it seems like there's more change in more differently expressed genes in the heterozygous genotype than on the homozygous genotype. So that's also something that for us weighs more to a dominant negative effect, because in the heterozygous you do have the presence of a, actually we think you do have the presence of a truncated protein, while the homozygous may not.
I'm looking around. Folks should feel free to ask questions that are high level. And yeah, we see one in the back. If you call out, I'll repeat. Yeah, I think, thank you. I'll repeat the question. The question was, can you tie a thread between the research that is being done and the therapies that may be applied? And we all recognize the challenges of that question, but maybe again, if we can go around the table and get any thoughts that particularly that the families will want to hear, because they've been subjected to a lot of gene acronyms and genetic mechanisms today that for the first time, but they've also seen the presentation on the range of novel precision therapeutics. So I think that would be a great way to end the discussion, is to have each of you opine, but maybe again, Tony, Remo, and Mesa.
I think ultimately for us, getting to something that ameliorates the pain and suffering that the patients and families are feeling is really on top of our list. I think that for the ways I think that all of us can use, for example, iPS cells or cell line therapies to basically screen drugs for therapies. The more patients, cell lines that we can get, the more we can see which ones respond to the different therapies would be very useful. And then trying to do, for example, clinical trials in a dish, for example, with some of the novel therapeutic therapies that we talked about today, I think is really a goal for some of for developing some of these tissue organoid therapies, because we can do the trials in a dish. I think that's where, but it's going to be because of, I think, the genetic background and also the variations, it's going to be probably a patient-by-patient therapy.
Thank you. Remo, would you like to think about mechanism and intervention?
Yes, it's a long way for going on intervention for, let's say, a complete solution, intervention for the whole individual. But I'm confident that what is coming out is telling us that it is let's say, the mutation HTC1 we've been discussing so far, it's something that is systemic. It's interesting the whole body, the whole of the entire cell type of the organism, and there is a strong effect on metabolism also, not only metabolism, let's say in the sense of the metabolism of the organism, but the cellular metabolism. I think that this can be something that can be exploited in a shortened, let's say, time window for trying to improve the life of the people with the mutation in AHDC1, in the sense that once we know better what are the genes that are constantly responding to perturbations of mutation of AHDC1 by individual, that can be helping in doing something for, like taking some, repurposing some drugs, something that is going to help, maybe also modifying the diet, having some specific changes in the way of life that can have an impact really on the disease, and this is something that maybe to which we can be closer. Let's see.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Mesa, do you have any thoughts on mechanism versus intervention?
Yeah, right now I'd say we're a long way from it, as unfortunately. I think in our lab, neurodevelopment is especially tricky for interventions, I would say. But in our lab, we're not only trying to understand the molecular mechanism, we're trying to look for potential molecular targets. So by doing these global studies, trying to look at everything and characterize the cells, we're trying to identify, as Bruno said, molecules that are constantly in many patients altered or something like that. So that may be a possible target for hopefully some kind of intervention. But I would say that we still lack basic biological data to support that, unfortunately. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to make my final comments, then I'm going to go back around the table and ask if any of you just want to say one final word to the society. This is my final comment. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, no gene, actually no knowledge of the syndrome, and one lab that was good at DNA but not good at functional biology was looking at this problem. Now you see these 3 centers of excellence that are in these last 3 talks, deep into the molecular biology, and we're doing our bit too. And a half a dozen or 10 other countries doing case reports and wishing they could do the molecular biology. This is a huge advancement in the journey to understanding the protein function that will make it able to be amenable for therapeutics. So I think that's all the good news. I'll tell you what the bad news is. What we see from these beautiful studies and revealed in these 3 talks is the complexity of the biology. But there are more complicated biological problems that have been solved by simple therapeutics in other systems. That's my optimistic ending. Oh, I just want to add too, before I go on, I really hope the society interacts in major ways with these 3 groups. When they call and they need, I hope the interaction is very strong, because they're going to make huge developments. Anyway, that's my closing speech. Maybe Mesa, do you want to say any words to the members of the society here?
Yeah, I completely agree with you, and I think we're in a great way on. We have more and more papers being published, so that's always good news. Just wanted to thank everybody. I think it was a great, and congratulate you all. I think it was a great event. I hope you all enjoy. And for sure, my lab, I'll say that for Anna, she's always up to any collaboration we have. So for sure, we are completely open, and everything we can do together, I think it will definitely be great. So yeah.
Thank you. And Remo, there is so much AHDC1 activity in Italy, it's inspiring. Do you have some final words?
It was very nice for me to be present today. I really see also the response of the community that you have there, and I think the community is rather involved, motivated, and interested. I saw them very open also with the questions, with the interaction that you had. So I agree with you that 10 years ago nothing was really known, and in 10 years there has been a lot of improvements. We are trying to do our best. Of course, for family with mutation in HTC1, 10 years are a lot of time, but it's something that as it is coming out is very complex and very difficult to understand, and therefore it's something that we are starting to understand right now, and it is not something that has started to be understood 30 years ago, 40 years ago, when very much more simple stuff has been studied. Every time it's going to study what the technology allows you to study, and now we have the technology to study this. This will require a bit of time, and I try to do my best, and I think also we are motivated and happy to work on this.
Thank you, Remo. And Dr. Oro, final words?
Thanks. I'll just wanted to thank the society for, again, the patient organization, the patients. I just wanted to congratulate you for organizing, because it allows us, the investigators, to basically use tools we have to basically try our best to make sense of this complicated biology, but also to parse out where the therapeutics are. I know, as Remo said, it's interminable wait to get an answer. But again, I just want to emphasize that the best way forward would be together working with you and all of us on the call here to try to develop new therapies using the tools that are becoming available every single day. Every day there's a new tool, a new approach, a new therapy, and hopefully we can take advantage of those to basically make a difference in your family's lives. So I, again, just wanted to thank you and congratulate you for this amazing conference.
Well, and thank you to you three for your work and for your contributions today. So we'll close out there. Take care.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kevin, do you want to say some words to round up the group?
Sure, thank you. If we're going to need a few minutes to get the stage ready, so if you can text your family members and everyone, have them come back if possible for this group photo, that would be great. And then tomorrow, there's a little change in the schedule. We had Pat, she was originally scheduled to go tomorrow. She spoke today, so there's going to be an opening in the morning. Right now, the plan is to start at 9. We can start at 9, we can start at 10. Either way, like we can have a little softer morning and start at 10, or we can start at 9 and have an extra hour of family time in the park. So think on it. We can talk and discuss. But as of right now, we'll start at 9. But if we get enough people to make the change, then we can do that as well. So yes. Yeah. Fantastic idea. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So send a text. We'll get everything ready for the picture and try and get that done soon. And then if we can get everyone here, and we'll get it organized on the stage. And thank you all. Thank you to the Baylor College of Medicine for coming out today.
Okay. Check in with the photographer. He's going to tell you where to stand and sit for the best possible shot. All right, guys. Everyone to the front.
The Florida coast. Verbo has over
And then you can up
57,000
music.
exclusive vacation homes on the Florida coast that Airbnb wishes they had. That's 57,000 exclusive perfect sunsets for your
All
team
right,
to miss
guys.
because they're
Everyone,
on their
please
phone.
to the front.
57,000 exclusive patios where Grandpa can man the barbecue in his "Kiss Me, I'm Flamus" apron. 57,000 exclusive hideouts to gleefully ignore your email. Make it a Verbo for your next Florida coast trip.
You're never just one thing. You're the boss. Hey Google, when's my next meeting? The athlete. That class wrecks me. And their mom. Everyone in. The all-new
There we
Mazda
go.
CX-5. More to
Thank
move
you,
that from the side.
families who have already gotten
Google is
there.
a trademark of Google LLC.
All right,
Sequences
guys,
shortened and
let's
simulated.
follow suit.
Every Mazda SUV offers you an elevated driving experience and refined performance. Discover it at Denton Mazda.
We will wait. We will wait. Oh, no more waiting? Okay. I've been informed no more waiting. There's a water park to be had. I hear Great Wolf Lodge, they have chairs to play with. This is, yeah, looking nice. Yeah, I mean, just make a choice. Done. What? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. But like, what we should do is raise them. Yeah, they do, and they go. I think so. Yeah. Hey, Rick. We need the screen to go up. He's got the screens going up. All right, hey families, are we waiting on people still? Do we know? Yeah? Yeah, we are. Okay, hey, it's tough, but let's wait for everybody so everyone gets a chance, okay? Want to give it like 3 more minutes? everyone in who's gonna do it? Everyone's in? Okay, yeah, I think we're good. Let's do it. All right. Yeah, of course. Let's do a few. Silliness. All right, guys. More. All right. How about let's get a Great Wolf Lodge on 3, 2, 1. Great Wolf Lodge. Yeah. All right. Cool. I think when you're good, they want to get out of here. Yeah. All right. This is Domino's.
It was the summer of '26, a time when every bite was savored. Days were filled with roller grills and brain freezes, and evenings were spent cruising with big Qs in cup holders. What came next was the quick trip craving that would change our taste buds forever. This is the story of Summerhood and what it means to savor it. Featuring a whole QT sub and Coca-Cola for $8. Because summer isn't just a season, it's a Summerhood. Snag this $8 deal at a QT near you for a limited time.
In the summer, your AC is your best friend. You need one that's flexible and cool, so you can do summer your way. Meet the Midea U, the U-shaped air conditioner that gives you full use of your window all summer long. Want to enjoy the breeze? Keep it open. Heat wave? Keep it closed and enjoy powerful cooling without the noise. Its unique design keeps the heat and sound out while keeping you comfortable for a night in. The Midea U. Like any best friend, it's up for anything and down to chill. Midea makes the wow.
From road trips to flights, take your music with you everywhere. Offline backup keeps your top tracks ready to play, no download required. Tune back into Premium and get 2 months for $6.99.
Oh, here, selfie with your mommy. Oh, okay. Wait, there she's running off. That was not funny.
Is it a food item or you want to watch it?
We're taking a break, yeah. Dinner's going to be at 5:30. You want to go? Yeah. Yeah. I'm coming.